Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. I apologize for the delay. I thought that I started stream like 20 minutes ago, but I don't usually set up streams the way that I just did it. It's complicated. So, we're starting now. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. It is I. It's your boy. Good to be here. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll be ending right here because I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm doing right now. How's everybody doing? We got Sea Beans, Seagulls here. Sorry, I'll start on the site chat. Lydia Nova's been here for a minute. Queen Laura, Wolfie Zaps, Rose Lucky, Jam, Dakota Cross, Pot, Dragon the Axolotl, Joel, Hillborn. Sorry if I missed you. Anybody else? Sorry if I missed you. That's all I see right now. Okay, for some reason... Why is this not... Hold on. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to see if I could get my stream thing pulled up. Okay. Alright, so we will be going over the Tim Pool thing today. But I'll be honest with you guys, I haven't done a segment like that in a while where it's like actual news. And I will probably not be doing the best coverage of it, so I'll probably just be doing a very short segment about it and my thoughts. And then recommend some other people to you guys, like Neko Suris did a really good one that I watched. Let's see, Suris did one. Sam Cedar, the what is it called? Why can't I think of what it's called? Sam Cedar show. They did a good one. Majority Report, thank you. Yeah, thoughts, like, you know, sexually promiscuous women. That's what I meant. Fell asleep on the living room floor watching that ANCAP debate. It was a bit long. It was a bit lengthy. I probably went a little bit too long with that guy, sparring back and forth, because we just recapped a bunch of like tired talking points over and over. But it was fun. I liked it. I like doing it. You're a good anime fan. An interesting cap. Thank you. I think red caps look really good on me. I love red caps, but Trump ruined them. Anytime you see a red cap now, you're like, oh, that guy's a Trump supporter. Maybe not as much anymore, but for a while it was like that. I still personally get skeptical when I see people wearing red hats like this. He just ignored everything you said. That is literally what it felt like. Like at every point, like at the end of it, I was so frustrated because he's like, no, that's not my moral principle, right? Like my moral principle isn't feeding the child. Why can't I hear myself? Why can't I hear myself? Oh, because my phone. My bad. I was watching it on my phone while I was waiting for the stream to start. I don't like that YouTube just like auto skips to the next video. Winry is being nuts. She's being nuts. Here, let me see if I can show you. Look how crazy she is. Will she do it? There she goes. Get it! Uh-oh, did she discover she's being watched? Come on, do a thing. Do a thing. That Nick O guy basically instantly folded when someone asked him to be specific and put forward any question or argument. He was here last stream too, and I asked him to come on to talk. But he did not. At least there's some really brain rot takes, like I think it's moral to feed children but unethical to make sure they're fed. Yeah, it's like really weird. It's like, okay, I give you a very simple scenario. Like, I know that the hypotheticals, people think that hypotheticals are like useless, but they're brain exercises. They make you think about what's important. And to me, feeding kids is one of the most important things you can do as a society, is make sure the kids are fed and taken care of and protected, okay? If you can't take care of kids in a society, your society has failed. Okay? And so my question was, you are posed with a child who is starving. There is somebody right next to that child who has ample money to feed the child, but refuses to do so. And that is the only way that that child's getting fed. So what do? Right? You steal the money. If you don't have it yourself... Okay, I guess she's done. She's done being a goof. Well, not quite. Now she's playing with something else. You can see her. Doing a thing? Okay. She's done being a goof for us. She's doing it outside of the camera now. How are you doing today? I'm doing okay. I could be doing better. I discovered last night that I have an enormous cavity back here. Because I was feeling like I was like just like digging food out of my teeth as you do with your tongue, you know? And it felt like pointed, and I'm like, uh-oh. And I go and look in the mirror, and yeah, there's like a big old fucking cavity back there, and I'm a little bit worried that it's gonna start hurting before I can actually get to the dentist. So I could be doing better. I need to cut back on the diet soda, I say as I have a diet soda right next to me, because the acidity really wears away at the enamel. Make the brim the progress flag. That's a pretty good idea for the hat. That would slap. If it starts hurting, that's a good sign your tooth is healthy enough to save. Well, it hasn't started hurting yet. I mean, I've lost one tooth already. Up here. Doink. So, you know, I'm not a stranger to it. I'd rather lose one on the top than on the bottom, though. I feel like losing one on the bottom would suck. You should try salted water. Yeah, I know, like, the methods to keep it from hurting, but, you can only take it so far. There was one guy at my old job who had a cavity so bad that, and he couldn't get into the dentist for whatever reason. And literally, I was, like, trying to get this guy into the dentist. I'm like, no, he needs to see somebody, like, now. And it got so bad that it was, like, literally infected and, like blowing his face up like this, and he was having trouble swallowing and shit. And he had to finally go to the emergency room. Then they had to make an emergency dental appointment. And I'm just like, that's the state of our country, man. You don't get a dental appointment until you're literally dying from a tooth infection. It's great. They literally finally got to the point where they had to drill under the jaw. They couldn't take it out the normal way. The tissue around it was too swollen. They had to drill under the jaw to get it out. Insane. Hello, Rose Lucky. Happened with my wisdom teeth? Ugh. Yeah, luxury bones. My luxury mouth bones. I had a gum infection. They had to cut it to drain the infection out of it. Ugh, God. Yeah, after that, I was like, yeah, I know it probably hurts. He's like, I don't even care. Like, because after that point, it's not the same kind of pain, you know? It's like relief pain almost. Or it's like, oh, it hurts so good because I know that, like, that's a result of me fixing the problem. And not a result of a continuing infection. Yes, they are quite essential, I've heard. But yeah, now I get to spend another probably at least, if I had to guess, at least $200. Probably more on another filling, so that's cool. Probably more like 500 or 600. Ugh, God. I'm never gonna pay off all my debt. It's fine. Not unless you subscribe. You can subscribe for only $1 on YouTube or $5 on the site. It is more expensive on the site. I've been thinking about jacking up the prices, honestly. Just to make it even all across. But I don't know. I would feel bad doing that. Subscribe, buy my shit. You can buy merch on my website. It's all like handmade merch. Speaking of which, I'm behind on orders. I gotta make an Ace flag coaster. And I also have to make a bisexual stress ball. Oh, that reminds me. While I'm on the topic, here, I'll show you what I've been working on. So this is going to be a giraffe. Just a little giraffe plushie. I got to add, like, the antenna, whatever they're called, and the ears and the arms, and then it's done. So, yeah. It's going to be for my sister. For her birthday. Her birthday's, yeah, wank. It looks more like kind of like a duck right now. Wank. It was a lot less cute before I added the nuzzle, or the muzzle. It does look a little bit like Psyduck. Yeah, just a little guy right now. It'll look more like a giraffe after I add ears and whatever the antlers are called. They have a name. I forget what exactly they're called. So yeah, that's the main thing I've been working on. I've slowed down quite a bit on the crochet stuff. Like, I was fixated on it for a while. And then I'm just like, you know, like, I just kind of coasted off of it. It's still fun. It still keeps my hands busy, but it's not, like, constantly calling to me like it was. Which I guess is a good thing. Yeah, Mara's birthday's coming up, yeah. Her favorite animal is giraffe, so I'm making her a giraffe plushie. Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, and another crochet update, a sad one. The Gengar that I made was porch pirated. Porch pirates got it. So Gengar's gone. So that sucks, but you know, c'est la vie. It is what it is. Yeah, porch pirates are the worst. Like, listen, if you're gonna steal shit, steal from a Walmart. Don't steal from a Walmart. It's illegal, and I don't advocate for illegal things here. But you know, if you're going to steal, like if you're already in the process of doing something illegal, do it. Yeah, we truly live in Ancapistan. That's true. That means it was good enough to steal it? No, they stole the box. Porch pirates have. Here's the thing about porch pirates. It's a perfect name because they don't even know what the treasure, quote unquote, they're getting is until they open the box. It could just be like stupid shit that they have no use for. You know, it could be menstrual pads, which I guess everybody, like half the population has a use for that. But like, imagine like, yeah, dildos, something like that, or like collectibles that you have no idea what their value is, or how to like go about you know, like my point is, if you're going to steal something, at least make sure that it's like worth your time and effort. And on top of that, if you're going to steal something, steal from people who actually don't need it. You know? I'm only sad that my boy won't receive the love he deserves. Yeah, I'm sorry, Queen Laura. I'm sorry. I guess they can go fuck themselves? Yeah, true. I don't know if Walmart or stores in general still give out their cardboard boxes. I've been told by employees that come at this time for their empty boxes. That's pretty cool. I had to go buy a box for, I had to buy a box for Snorlax when I shipped Snorlax out. Droopy the Snorlax. Porch pirates steal for profit. Walmart shoplifters steal diapers, not because diapers sell, but because they need them and can't afford them. That is true. Exactly. Yeah, porch pirates often are stealing for profit. There was actually a video of a UPS worker fighting off... Let me see if I can find this. UPS worker fights porch pirate. Okay, here's one of two porch pirates fighting. Just make sure this is okay for...
Now to this incredible story. Porch...
I think it's fine. Takes a picture, walks away. See, that would be my reaction too, is like, I see somebody dashing for that thing and I'm like, nope. So beyond my job description. Not getting in. No, don't interfere. It is... I don't care, like, how much of a hero you think you are. Do not interfere with the porch pirate. You don't know what they're packing. You have no fucking clue what they're packing. They could shank you.
This happened in...
He settled for the pot. Look, he settled for the plant pot. Yeah, see, he had a fucking knife. No shot.
This happened in Sinking Spring Borough, Pennsylvania, while the residents were home. The two men had...
Oh my God, he had to settle for the pot. No, he got sloppy seconds, dude. He got the sloppy seconds.
Pulled up in separate cars. One picked up a flower pot to fend off the attack. The homeowner says the box...
Oh, man. Of course, they got to cut open the box. True. Very true. That wasn't the one I was looking for. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? Well, this is a reaction video. But I guess it'll work. Maybe, if he actually shows it. Oh no, I think he's a UPS driver himself. Never mind. Yeah, I can't find it. Here's one that I don't think this is the one I was looking for.
A FedEx delivery driver was making his usual rounds when he encountered an unexpected and alarming situation. As he was about to drop off a package at a residential address, two individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows. With a menacing demeanor, they approached the driver and demanded he hand over the package, claiming it was rightfully theirs. The driver, caught off guard by the brazenness of the theft attempt, found himself in a tense and dangerous predicament. Tried to trick the driver and said the package. That's when the pirate's partner decided to join in as well.
You know what? Shut up, shut up. I hate TikTok. Just play the damn video. So he takes the package back. You would never catch me doing that. Never, ever, ever. That is not your job. Like, kudos to that guy, but that is so not my job if I'm a UPS driver. Not happening. I was thinking to have a gun, not a knife. What did the box have in it? Imagine it's diapers. Hey, well, you know. Longer gaming sessions. Some days I'm glad I don't live in a city. Other days I want the same city, same day shipping. Same day shipping can be nice, yes. Amazon Prime only charges like $4 extra for same day shipping. Sometimes it doesn't charge anything. Emerged from the shadows. Yeah, that dude was like ready. Like he was trying to get it right at the source. He was not waiting for anybody or anything. He's like, nope, this is mine. Sorry. Yoink. Okay. You guys want to talk about Tim Pool? You want to talk about it? We'll talk about it. So we've all seen my evil twin brother Tim Pool doing his dirty deeds, of course. I came across this interesting clip, and I just wanted to play it for you real quick. And you may not understand at first where we're going with this, but just watch the clip. Now, if you probably already heard the news. If you haven't heard the news, just bear with me. Watch the clip first.
They know it.
Pretend like you haven't.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia. And they know it.
That's an interesting script. You could tell he was reading off of something there, right? And you got to wonder, like, where that came from and why I care about it, right? Like, it's just Tim Pool being Tim Pool, of course. The reason I care is because this is the Twitter post that it comes from. Tim Pool, I did not know I was being paid by the Russian government to spread Russian propaganda. I am a victim. So yeah, I guess it turns out Tim Pool is actually operating illegally, as this article gets into a little bit, as an unregistered foreign, what is it called? An unregistered foreign agent, I believe. The DOJ, right-wing influencers such as Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, helped spread Russian disinformation on YouTube and X, also known as Twitter. So yeah, that's pretty interesting, right? We're just going to go through this article a little bit. I haven't read about it yet. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I am doing a news coverage segment right now. I'm not the best. I'm probably not going to do the best job of covering like all of the details of this. Other people have done a very good job, such as Neko Suris. I know Vosh did a segment. I know that Sam Cedar on his show did a segment, The Majority Report. They all did fantastic segments. Mine and Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is another really good one to go to, especially Dylan Burns, because this is like his bread and butter. He's like milking this. He's like, oh yes, finally, because Ukraine and Russia has been out of the news cycle for so long now, because it's been all about Israel and Palestine, right? But make no mistake, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. Yeah, the Serfs did one. Dylan did a great rant. Yep. So it's still going on. So Dylan is absolutely sucking this up, okay? And kudos to him, because he's been doing fantastic coverage of the conflict over there that I could not dream of doing on that scale. So definitely go watch one of those people. But if you're just here for like a very short recap of what's going on, you're in the right place. So I'll keep this short. They have millions of followers online. They have been major players in the right-wing political discourse since Donald Trump was president. And they worked unknowingly for a company that was a front for Russian influence operation, U.S. prosecutors say. An indictment filed on Wednesday alleges a media company linked to 6 conservative influencers, including well-known personalities Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson, was secretly funded by Russian state media employees to churn out English-language videos that were, quote, often consistent with the Kremlin's, quote, interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to Russian interests like its war in Ukraine. In addition to making the third straight presidential election in which U.S. authorities have unveiled politically charged details about Russia's attempted influence in the U.S. politics, an indictment indicates how Moscow may be attempting to capitalize on the skyrocketing popularity of right-wing podcasters, live streamers, and other content creators who have found successful careers on social media in the years since Trump was in office. So, I mean, Mr. Free Speech, these are all my own ideas. Tim Pool is being paid off by Putin and his lackeys. He himself has become a lackey for Mr. Putin over there. Pretty cool, pretty standard stuff, right? I don't think that Tim Pool believes most of what he says anyway. So, like, this wasn't really a big deal for him to just, like, shill for somebody who was going to pay him a fuck ton of money. What does suck for him is that this is illegal. And that's why the Department of Justice is filing charges against him. What here? Let's see if it says in the article real quick. Dubsy, you can skip through this. Nearly $10 million to a Tennessee-based content creation company for Russia-friendly content. Both Tim Pool and Johnson issued statements on social media, which Rubin retweeted, saying they were victims of the alleged crimes and had done nothing wrong. They are still only allegations. But, like, considering what we just watched from Tim Pool, let's be real. Like, they're probably true, right? we can assume they're probably true. Let's see. I just want to see if it says what the charge is. The indictment shows that some of the influencers were paid handsomely for their work. One unidentified influencer's contract included a $400,000 monthly fee, a $100,000 signing bonus, and an additional performance bonus. That is more than I make in 5 years at my current job. 5 years? Probably more than that, like 6 or 7 years. Money that I could only fathom in just a month's time. Unreal amounts. Okay, it does not say what the consequences are. So, foreign agent. What would the word be? Punishment? Is this it? Agents of foreign governments. Whoever other than a diplomatic or consular office or attaché acts in the United States as an agent of a foreign government without prior notification to the Attorney General if required in subsection B. That fits the bill. That's what we're looking for. Shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. Okay, so we're looking at least a fine. It could also come with imprisonment. So they, I believe that I saw on Neko Services they could be in prison for up to 5 years. Well, this says 10 years, but, you know, I don't know. 5 to 10 years. So they could be going to prison for this if this all checks out. Now, Tim Pool personally believes that his punishment should be greater than that. Let's take a look.
We're talking about crime and punishment, and Donald Trump needs to go after these people. Laura was saying, take the gloves off, stop being nice to them, fuck them. And I said they should all be arrested. There should be lists. Laura said we should give anyone who committed treason the death penalty, and then the show gone.
Yeah, so as soon as Laura Loomer said that, the show was cut off by, I believe, YouTube, because you cannot actually advocate for killing people on YouTube, as it turns out. So this is from after that. And let's just see what Tim Pool has to say about what Laura Loomer thought of that, of giving the death penalty to people who committed treason.
Because YouTube doesn't allow calls for the death penalty. That's why they deleted our episode of Alex Jones the first time it happened 3 years ago. And he didn't even say anything crazy. He said, I agree with Bill Gates. We should have firing squads. And he later was like, I meant vaccines. Line them up. Give them shots. Get them. He was like I was making a joke. I was sarcastically saying.
I'm not going to pull an Alex Jones. I stand by everything I said. I'm not sorry for anything I said. I truly believe that there may be different interpretations of what it means to commit treason. I'm
sorry. There's something about Laura Loomer that just radiates like demon. For some reason, I don't like knocking people for their looks, but there is something that's just like demonic, right?
I really believe that the people who engaged in the coup against Donald Trump and have caused, civil unrest and chaos in our country for the last 7 years through Crossfire Hurricane and also through these what I believe are illegal witch hunts against the president of the United States right now, unconstitutional witch hunts against Donald Trump. They are treasonous. They are traitors. They should get the death penalty.
What's unconstitutional about it? Can they answer that? They're not unconstitutional. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that, like, there's nothing in the Constitution that says we can't do what we're doing with Donald Trump.
penalty when
the guy who also wants to dismantle the Constitution, by the way.
They are jailed in the next Trump administration. And I'm not going to apologize for what I said. I, was not trying to get your stream taken down, but my belief is held by millions of Americans. And
you're saying
I really do believe that
when they are arrested or when they're indicted, arrested,
and they have a trial,
and convicted,
yes,
should they be found to have committed treason by a jury of their peers, you say death penalty.
Absolutely.
Do you think...
So Laura Loomer at least thinks that. But I believe Tim Pool said in a follow-up that he agrees with everything that she was saying. I know that here. Let me see if I can find the majority reports reporting on that real quick. Oh, wait, it's right here. Sorry.
Oh, what the hell is going?
I just want to see if I can find the clip that they play. Is this it? No. We just watched that one. If I can't find it, it's not a big deal. Is that it? Wait.
Groups. And so, yeah, I could definitely fund this to discern doing this in other countries.
Out Civil War all the time. Like, yeah, easy.
Lines and
Oh, they're just looking at his Civil War tweets, I think.
Against book banning was moronic, but...
oh, and then they talked to his dad, I forgot. No, it was before that then. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Yeah, I can't find it, but he did say that he agrees with everything that Laura Loomer just said. So according to him, according to his own logic, he should incur the death penalty. That's not me saying that. That's Tim Pool saying that. Tim Pool thinks that Tim Pool deserves the death penalty. Allegedly. Because it's all still alleged. If I remember correctly, Loomer was accused by Baked Alaska of being a sexual assailant. That wouldn't surprise me. She went after his dick one time? Ew! What a creature, dude. Disgusting. Tim Pool said people like him should be fired. Yeah, it is crazy that Tim Pool's dad showed up in the majority report thing. Here, let me reopen that real quick.
And professional and invest.
Because that was hilarious.
And they're...
But that's how most conspiracy Ellen, all the other stuff that
other countries are funding probably. Dan from Columbus says, don't judge Benny for taking the...
Interested in that because that's in our...
though, to be sure. Well, if you're talking to me, it's Tim's dad. I'm in Utah.
Hey.
Oh. You hear me now?
Yeah, Tim Pool's... Is this Tim Pool's actual dad?
Well, that's what the birth certificate said. I'd have to ask his mom, though, to be sure.
That's wild.
Well, okay, so
yes.
Dude, his dad is so disappointed in him. He, like, fucking listens to the majority report, and, like, he's so disappointed. He has to be, right? Like, he doesn't directly say that in this conversation, but, like, I feel like he's coming off as though, like, yeah, you know, that's just my boy. That's him, I guess. He is not proud of him. And it's so funny. You can go watch that if you want. It's on the Majority Reports channel. I don't want to snipe their content, but yeah. I listened to that the other day, and I was quite pleased. It was very funny. So anyway, I wanted to keep this short, like I said. That's what's going on. Now, Tim Pool's not the only one involved. There's also Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, both people who are on the far right, you know, advocating for far-right ideals and apparently working under Russia and shilling Russian propaganda. So we'll see how this plays out. I'll try to keep up with the story and give you guys brief updates since I'm not like the best at covering it. Like I said, go watch people like Dylan Burns if you're interested in this story. They do a much better job and a much more in-depth job, I should say. But yeah, Tim Pool, I'm disappointed, man. I am so disappointed in my evil twin brother. I was waiting to hear your thoughts on it. So yeah, I just like, I don't know how much I can cover that other people didn't already cover. That's why I don't do news a lot. That's why I do mostly reacts. I feel like I'm the guy who like does a bunch of react content. Like, I don't know, like I tried to keep up with the news stories, but like everybody else is already doing them. And every time that I try to break into it, like it doesn't get as many views as my other videos, you know, like, I don't know. It doesn't pan out well for me ever. And I feel like I just don't do as good of a job. I'm the react guy. But if you want my like in-depth thoughts on it, like I don't know, like what's there to say? Like we knew he was a grifter. This emote. The juice guy. Yeah, the juice. Well, I'm not sure that is his daddy. It wouldn't surprise me. That's not the first time he's called in, and they do have ways of verifying that. Tim and his family have a schism. He screwed over his brother. He has a channel. Tim Pool's dad has a channel. It's just called Tim Pool's dad. See? Thank you to the Majority Report and their supporters for the opportunity to voice my perspective.
Good morning, everybody. I hope your day is starting well. When you get out there,
Got fewer subscribers than I do. Holy shit.
try to put a smile on someone's face. Just with a simple good morning. Hope you're having a great day.
Look at this guy.
Good joke, bad joke. It is contagious. It's a
And notably, not wearing a beanie.
ripple effect into the stone in the water. You
Just rocking the
start
bald
making
look.
a couple of people smile and it goes out. And maybe when you go before the judge for that ticket, it's already come back around and he's in a better mood or she's in a better mood and you're good.
Or they-
All right, my words.
or
my
they
opinion.
canceled,
I want to shout out quickly to the Majority Report. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Russian issue that is being presented about.
Can we react to this? I don't know. I don't know how good of a react segment this would be. Would it be good for the algorithm or not? I don't know. But yeah, that's Tim Pool's dad. I'm just waiting on the debate tonight. I'm excited. I always get pumped up for the debates now. He does seem exceptionally pleasant, yes. I don't think this would make the best react segment, probably. Who are we debating? So hopefully it will be a productive conversation. I'm calling it a debate because that brings more people in generally. But it's somebody who wants to talk about Kamala Harris and the Palestine situation and voting in general. So we'll hear them out. We'll hear what they have to say. But I'm telling you right now, I'll keep an open mind. But I'm 99.9% probably not going to come out of that thinking that, like, yeah, we shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. It's just silly. Like, there's no reason not to, unless they can, like, literally convince me that Kamala Harris would be worse for, at least for Palestine than Donald Trump, which, good luck with that. I never say never, but yes, you need a very good argument. Like, let's take this for instance. If you wanted to convince me that puberty blockers are not good for kids, like it's more dangerous for them to have puberty blockers, that could be a good argument. You know, like, let's say that we didn't have safe puberty blockers. Let's say that they were highly unsafe. You know, and they actually, like, there was like a 50% chance of causing congenital heart disease. Then I'd be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should only give those things in the most dire of circumstances where the alternative is literally death. You know? I still wouldn't say ban them outright, but you like, that wouldn't need to be like the level of argument where I would be like, well, maybe not. Yeah, credible evidence. Yeah, Russian disinformation does in fact pay a lot. Hair runs on the mom's genes. Yes. But it runs on the dad's genes too. Well, you get it from the mom because it's X-linked. It's X-linked. So women can have it. If you're AFAB, you can have male pattern baldness, but it's not nearly as common. It's an X-linked, I believe, a recessive trait. Yeah, X-linked recessive. If it were X-linked dominant, then you would see the same amount in both men and women. You should talk about Green Party voters. I don't just trust Jill Stein or her party. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad segment. I feel like I would have to put something together for it. Because I don't know a whole lot about Jill Stein. A nice workaround for some folks who are reluctant towards voting Harris would be for them to check if... Ow, fuck. Ow! I just hit my ankle. God damn it. I hit it on my chair. I'm a well-coordinated, well-put-together human being. Check if the Working Families Party have a ballot line in their state since we endorsed Harris and Walz and are far more progressive. No, I'm sorry. No. Like, wait. No, I still don't believe in voting for somebody who's not Kamala Harris. I don't believe in doing that. Like, if it's literally like the Working Families Party is putting somebody forward to vote for that is not Kamala Harris... But you're telling me that they endorsed Kamala Harris. It's a vote for Harris and Walz? Okay. So wait, are you saying that like there are representatives? I don't know, like, okay, so there are representatives down ballot from the Working Families Party. Is that what you're saying? I still don't think that that's a good idea. You'd have to start local. I have good reasons not to vote for Kamala myself. Yeah. That is true. If you do not live in the United States, that's probably a pretty good reason to not vote for Kamala Harris. It's a good point. Yeah, same thing for Plague Mercury. All right, let's see what we got in the content suggestions, shall we? MMOs have taught me that 99% Hitler does way less DPS than 100% Hitler over a 4-year raid patch. Yep. That's even assuming Kamala's 99% Hitler, which is very silly to say. But if those are your two options, yes, go for 99% Hitler. The juice box. That's a pretty good one. I would almost want to rename content suggestions channel to Juicebox. I would almost want to do that because that would be really fun. But I feel like people just wouldn't understand where to go for content suggestions if I did that. I know a server I used to be in called it Content Mines. Put in parentheses, but then it becomes lengthy. Here, how long is this one?
Like
30 minutes. You guys suggest videos that are way too long. You know how much fucking money I gotta pay Dubsy to edit shit like that? Masterclass and missing the point. That's 24.
Hello, everybody.
Still not great. Also, I don't know. This one's called Why Organic Farming Isn't a Very Good Idea, and I don't know if I want to do that. See, we did Uber Soy. The Jolly Heretic. Let's see what they got. You're more related to a random white person than your half African child? What in the actual fuck? Let's say that that's true, right? You know what? Should we do that one? That's juicy. Looks insane. Look, he's being burned at the stake. Here, we have to. We have to. So we're about to do a content suggestion segment. If you would like to leave a suggestion for me to go over, you can do so in the Discord server. Dubsy always leaves a QR code these days on the video that you can just point your phone at and get into it. Or you can follow the link in the YouTube description below. Very easy to get to. And you can go put your suggestions for me to watch there. I won't watch all of them, but I will try to watch as many as I can. Here we have a fellow called the Jolly Heretic. And as you can see, he's being burned at the stake here for his ideas, for his hot takes and such, right? They're very hot because he's burning now. And let's see. He doesn't have a description, but he does have a lot of links to give him money. So anyway, what caught my attention about him is he just uploaded a video a few days back called "You're More Related to a Random White Person Than Your Half African Child." And boy, howdy, do I want to see where he's going with this. So, I don't know. Let's... Oh, my God. Is he British? He looks British. I'm calling it. I'm going all in. He's British.
Hello, and welcome to the Jolly Heretic. Now,
yes, I was right! Dude, you want to talk about the revolutionary phenotype, okay? Oh, my God. I cannot believe I called that he was fucking British. Anyway...
Hello, and welcome to the Jolly Heretic. Now, J.F. Gary Eppie, who as
Jolly good. Yeah, I guess the jolly, who says jolly? That kind of tipped me off too.
As you may know, has been on my show a number of times, and I've been on his, has put out a very interesting tweet in which he notes that if you are, as a white person, have a child by...
By the way, I want to say, like, let's assume for all intents and purposes that this is true. Who cares? Who actually gives a shit? Is this supposed to mean... So, it seems like you could take one of two things from this. One is that you shouldn't, like, be having kids with somebody who is not white, right? Or two, which... Whiteness is also, like, very, like... I don't want to say inclusive, but, like, it includes a lot of different races of people. Like, you have Germans, you have Australians... You have Italians these days. They didn't used to be white, but they are these days. Like the only reason that they're closing in on black people is because of racism. It has to be racism. So that's one, right? Two, the point that I was trying to make that I got off track of is who actually fucking cares? It's your kid. Like people adopt kids. If you have tasked yourself with taking care of a kid, it doesn't matter how related they are to you. You're now their parent. Like, who cares? I had a third point and I forget. Anyway.
A sub-Saharan African.
What does it say? Most people don't realize that interbreeding with other races means that strangers on the street from your own race are more related to you than your own child. Amplify this, Elon Musk, and spread the knowledge. But who gives a shit? That's so disgusting. Like, imagine caring about this.
Then you are about as related to your own child as you would be to a random member of your white population.
Just one more thing real quick before I let him ramble. Like, what's the implication here? Is that people who are married to somebody who's not a race that is... It's like if you're a white person married to a black person, that you find this out and you're just like, oh, well, time for divorce. Well, gotta get rid of the kid, get a new one with a white person, right? Like, what's the goal here?
And this is extremely interesting, and I want to look at
he looks so
how this
British.
conclusion
so
can
funny.
be reached. Before I do so, could you please subscribe? Could you subscribe here and also on my Substack, jollyheretic.com, where I put in-person interviews and all kinds of fascinating base stuff I didn't put here, and where if you'd like...
As related to fair your child, then they're one step removed from you. Yeah, I don't even know what they mean by it.
What I do, you can support me for as little as the cost of a pint of beer a month. Right back.
They literally have 50% of your genome. Like if the other person is so racially distinct from you that like their genome would... Okay. I don't even think that this is true, by the way. I don't think it's true. Hold on. I have, like, is there even a way to find this? How would you even find this? Literally 50%. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. It seems like just basic genomics. I don't know. Let's see them prove it.
Back to the video. So, how does this work? Well, it's a very interesting book which I encourage you to read called On Genetic Interests by Frank Salter, in which he looks at the mathematics behind this. So, in essence, two random English people are 12th cousins. This means that they have a common ancestor about 500 years.
And then, of course, they should interbreed, yes? If it were me, I would personally prefer something like 6th removed or 7th level. But 12th will do. I'm British, by the way.
You can quantify how related different ethnic groups are in terms of cousinness. So, for example, if you were to divide the world between just English people and just Danish people, then two random English people would become the equivalent of something like 7th cousins, the equivalent. Because based on the genetic distance from Danes, which is not large, then they would be more related to each other than they would be to a random Dane. So consequently, they would be something like 7th cousins, which implies a common ancestor in perhaps 1700, something along those lines. The bigger the genetic distances between the populations, then of course the more closely related two random people of the same ethnic group become in relation to another ethnic group.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, it becomes true over time, but like we're kind of just mixing the entire pot these days, right? Like people are fucking all over the world from people who are from other places all over the world. And eventually it's just going to conglomerate into one. It's going to be like the race singularity, you know, where we just all become one, like, you know, brownish looking unirace. And I look forward to that day because at least then, like, you know, people won't be able to be racist. Like, they'll still find ways to be racist, I'm sure, but they won't have as easy of a time.
So if we look at it in terms of the relationship between two random English people and two...
Listen, Alabama's got nothing on Britain, okay? On Great Britain. All right? They're literally known for, like, fucking their sisters and shit. Like, that's how they kept the royal bloodline. That's why their jaws are, like literally, like, that's why... If you want to talk about fucked up genetics, that is why a lot of British people have, like, fucked up jaws. Is because of that.
And to Bantu, if the world is just English people and Bantu, i.e. Western Sub-Saharan Africans, then the relationship between two English people becomes essentially brother and sister. Not 7th cousin, brother and sister. Or even twins, somewhere between the two. Because that is how large the genetic distance is. As a consequence,
Hold on, what?
English people becomes essentially brother and sister. not seventh cousin, brother and sister, or even twins, somewhere between the two.
So basically, no matter who you're fucking, as long as it's somebody of the same race, you're basically doing incest. And that's good, because you're preserving the royal bloodline.
That is how large the genetic distance is. As a consequence, you can calculate how much damage it will do to you.
If anything, this would be an argument for why you should fuck people of different races. Because you want somebody who is as distinct, as genetically distinct. Like, if you're going for strictly, like, genetic viability. In genetics, you learn that genetic distinctness is actually, and diversity, is what makes a population thrive. Because the more alike a population is, the less chance they have of survival. Hybrid vigor. Exactly. Thank you, Chainsaw Chimera. I knew there was a term for it. Hybrid vigor. Okay? Hybrids in biology tend, not always, tend to do a lot better genetically than their non-hybrid brethren. Because they have a greater spread of genes to pick from, and they can just survive natural disasters more often. They can survive, like, diseases more often, because they just have a greater selection to pick from of genes. And that's strictly speaking in, like, terms of genetics, which, who gives a fuck? Like, just fuck who you want to fuck, okay? And have kids with who you want to have kids with. As long as it's not, like, your sister, like this guy.
Read in terms of genetic interest, in terms of passing on more of your genes, how much damage it will do to your genetic interests by breeding exogamously. So, if you were to...
Genetic interest.
If you were in a situation where you could choose, to, as an English person, to have a child with a sub-Saharan African, or have a child with another...
People like this are literally closer to being animals than, like, anybody else on Earth. Do you know why? Because the only people who would give a fuck about whether or not their personal genetic code is passed along are animals. He's an animal.
Another English person, then having a child with another English person would increase your genetic interests, i.e. increase the percent of your genes passed on by 92%. And if that was with something even more distant, such as an Australian Aboriginal, then it would be perhaps
an
100%.
Aboriginal.
So you can, this then...
Isn't that like a super racist term for like an indigenous person from Australia? Or is that politically correct? I don't think that's politically correct. I could be wrong. Is Aboriginal racist? This is racist coded as fuck. Why saying Aborigine isn't okay? It's Australia. They're just getting to that. Aboriginal is seen as an offensive term nowadays. Next, he's going to say Oriental. Okay, yeah, I figured it just like it screams racist to me.
It allows you to quantify what is going on, and it explains why people tend to marry endogamously. It's genetic similarity theory. We want to pass on more of our genes. We want to pass on as many of our genes as we can. We don't want to have a child with someone that's too genetically similar to us, because this will cause inbreeding depression. This will cause...
Even if that's the trend, it doesn't say anything about what we ought to do. Like, nobody ought to have kids unless they want them. At all. You know, there are some people who don't want kids at all. They have no desire to have kids. None. And that's fine.
Double doses of mutant genes, it will cause a
sick using pseudoscience to excuse racism.
We don't want
exactly.
to breed with a person that's too distant from us, because then we will pass on fewer of our genes than we otherwise could. So we tend to go, there was a research in Iceland on this, we tend to go...
He's got set, do you think he collects his own cum? Like, he's got such an obsession with his own genes. Do you think he, like, keeps his cum in little jars in his house? He's like, oh, yes, my genes are perfect. It's the perfect specimen of genetic, like, it's just, that's the level this guy's on. Like, that's how he regards his own genetic code.
For our third cousin or the genetic equivalent thereof, i.e. a couple
the only
of
way I'm
percent
passing on my
above
genes is at
the
goodwill. That's a good
baseline
one.
Of the population. And that can be a literal third cousin, or it can be a third or fourth or fifth, but around that area, or it can be a person that just by genetic chance has that.
He's literally saying, like, yeah, well, but if you water this down, just like fuck your own, like it's literally just fuck your own family, like your own immediate family. Why not do that? Like if it's watered down to that level where it's like you want to pass on as, or an identical twin, right? Like if you could. Usually identical twins, like I don't know if there's a case of an identical twin, one that's born AMAB, one that's born AFAB, but for all intents and purposes, if you had an identical twin that you could have kids with, why not just have kids with that identical twin? You know, that would be the ideal, right? Like he would never argue for incest. Instead, he's going for third cousins, fourth cousins, but like never like greater than third because he doesn't want to be a weirdo. But he is a weirdo.
Level of genetic commonality.
Cousin fucking!
Oneself. Now, there are some people who are inclined to outbreed. This is not a random sample of the population. There are studies on this by a guy called Seb Jensen, for example, very interesting study, which shows...
I'm not interested in outbreeding with the Oriental... Like, Jesus Christ, man.
That people who
with the Aboriginal
outbreeding, exogamous relationships, tend to be what we would call fast life history strategists, i.e. they are evolved to an environment of live fast, die young, plentiful but unstable. In that kind of ecology, precisely because it's unstable and you could be wiped out at any moment, you should be attracted to genetic distance because a person that is genetically dissimilar from you may have some useful adaptation that could help,
so to speak.
Who knows?
It breeds greater survivability, which should be like a more higher up goal than just passing on your own genetic code.
And also, the kind of people that survive in that unstable, unpredictable ecology are going to be people that are physically tough, people that are aggressive, people that are basically fast life history strategists. And so what you will go for in that sense is what's called hybrid vigor, i.e. a person who, if you outbreed, there's fewer double doses, and you end up with a person who in that sense can be genetically more healthy and more likely to survive in a highly unstable ecology. Once the environment is stable, and predictable, then you need to be adapted to that environment. You need to be adapted to the kinds of diseases that are in that environment. You need to be evolved for that environment.
But you need to give me an argument to care about passing on my own genetic code. Like, let's say we found, like, Katie's never been pregnant, so, like, I don't even know if Katie is capable of having children. Okay, for all we know, we could find out that she just does not get to have kids. We could find that out one day. And then in that case, we adopt. You know? Okay, like we would adopt. And that's fine. Like, I'm not tied to the idea of, like, I have to have my own kids. I'm simply not. Like, I want my own kids. Probably for, like, inborn selfish reasons, but, like, I'm not tied to that idea. But, like, it strikes me as, like, selfish, as, like I said, animalistic almost. Like, it strikes me as, feral. You know, like, it has to be my genes. It must be my genes. My genes must proliferate, bruv.
So obviously, therefore, you need to go with someone who is genetically similar to you, such that the...
That disgusting Warren Bad Empanada responded to your response. I know he did, and I don't care.
Gene complexes that allow you to be resistant to local diseases, things like this, are not broken up. Also, in that kind of ecology, if it's harsh and stable, then you need to invest more bioenergetic resources in your offspring to ensure that they're going to survive. So you need to have fewer offspring, and you need to invest more resources in them. You're more likely to do that. You're more likely to bond with them, as genetic similarity theory would predict, if you are genetically close to them. So therefore,
yeah, maybe if you're a fucking animal. Disgusting.
You have a small number of offspring, and you investigate them, and you bond with them strongly. They are strongly related to you. You are passing on more of your genes. If you outbreed, then the only way that you can pass on the equivalent number of genes is obviously to have more children, to have lots of children. and you will inherently invest less in them, and they'll be less likely to survive. So therefore, outbreeding can only work in an unstable ecology, in which you can therefore have loads and loads and loads of kids and not invest much in them. In an ecology in which, in order to survive, you have to invest resources in them, and so you have to have
He's also very boring.
Small number of children. It pays to have offspring with someone who is genetically close to you. So that's basically the essence of the situation, and that's why. And there are studies, by the way, that indicate that people that are mixed race are elevated compared to either parent race, black and white, for example, in violent behaviour, in mental instability.
Oh, come on! What studies are those?
In depression, in anxiety.
Okay, actually, you know what? Let's say that that's true. You know what I would attribute that to? Racism. Because often people of mixed races will report that they're treated poorly by both sides of the family. Because white people tend to treat people of mixed race poorly for being too dark. And black people on the other side of the family will sometimes treat them poorly for being too light. Like, that happens. That does happen. So that would lead to our understanding of why they tend to have more depression, anxiety, violent behavior, etc. Okay? That doesn't happen in animals. If you can prove that happens in animals, then you may have something there. That only happens in humans. Yeah, we have to fight racism. Exactly. Colorism.
That sort of thing. Now, one thing that would explain that is that those tend to be fast life history strategy traits.
And I'll bet that those studies that he's referring to also say that. Here, let's find one. Mixed race children, depression, anxiety, and CBI. Psychosocial outcomes and peer influences among multiracial adolescents in the United States. They found that multiracial youth experienced higher levels of anxiety and depressive symptoms in comparison to their single-race peers and more symptoms of anxiety than their white peers. It is critical to note that the data used in the Fisher study were collected in 2006 in a Midwestern state and were not nationally representative. Therefore, it is critical that additional research is done examining multiracial populations and mental health outcomes in more representative geographic locations. A study by Weller and colleagues examined the influence of adverse childhood events on multiracial adolescent mental health and found that household dysfunction may be one of the underlying factors that influences mental health conditions among multiracial adolescents. Household dysfunction may particularly impact multiracial adolescents because it may cause separation from one parent and therefore may result in less ability of the adolescent to maintain their racial and ethnic experiences from that parent that are necessary in developing their identity. There's just more like it's a result of like what I said. Yeah, problems at home. Dermot McQuaid, I saw it. If you mention him again, I'm timing you out. Here, let's see what the results here are, or the conclusion. Implications. As more research is conducted that aims to examine multiracial adolescents and young adults in the United States, it's important that nationally representative samples are used to demonstrate blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Complex picture emerges when looking at patterns across multiracial and single-race adolescents and their families. There is some level of socioeconomic disadvantage among multiracial families. Households with white multiracial adolescents report household incomes that are lower than households with single-race white adolescents. And with the same relationship appears for households with black multiracial adolescents, reporting lower household incomes than households with their single-race black peers. So it's an income thing too. And with lower income comes lower household stability. Urbanicity, the context of these findings regarding income disparity, similar pattern emerges. A higher percentage of white multiracial adolescents report living in urban areas in comparison to their white peers, and a higher percentage of black multiracial adolescents report living in an urban area compared to their black peers. These findings around income and urbanicity should be further studied. It's important to understand why these patterns might be emerging. So this guy is literally just, he's not considering any of the external factors. He's just saying, well, you see, when you outbreed and you fuck people of a different race and have children with them, it leads to poor outcomes. And then he just leaves it at that. Like, he just leaves that sitting on the table without any further, like, assessment as to why that might be, because of, like, outside factors, like economic or social, things like that.
And they've just been inherited from the parents, because the parents are fast strategists, and that's passed on to the children. Another thing that might explain it would be some sort of stress by virtue of not being one race or the other. That's possible. A third thing that would explain it would be that you're forcing alleles to work together that aren't used to working together, and in polygenic traits, so delicate traits such as those related to the mind, this causes unpredictable results and things not to work as efficiently. So that's the essence of this.
I don't think there's any research that backs that up.
This sort of situation. And so in answer to his question, I got ChatGPT to look at this. And when I told ChatGPT...
hold on, now I'm interested. I was about to look at the sources and end, but now I was here, let me check and see if he's got sources real quick, because that's what I was going to look for. Of course he doesn't. Okay, so he asked ChatGPT. Okay, let's see what he asked ChatGPT. A very serious man here.
That I was talking about a white person and a Bantu, then it would
kind
of admit that you, as a father of a half black, half white child, you would be 13th cousin or less to your child. But then when I asked it to give me the precise level of consanguinity, it basically refused to do so, and it kept insisting, oh no, well, parents are always 50% the same.
It's a conspiracy.
As their children. And so then I changed.
But that's literally true. The genes 50% of the genes have to come from the parent. Like, it has to. Have to come from each parent in order to make you. I am 50% my dad and 50% my mom. Okay? And there's a pool of genes that you can pick from to express. But I have 50% of my dad's genome and 50% of my mom's genome. As do all of my siblings. Okay? That's just how that works. And you're trying to confuse ChatGPT to agree with you, to prove a point. And the point that you're going to either prove is that A, ChatGPT agrees with you, or B, ChatGPT doesn't agree with you, and that's a conspiracy. ChatGPT is a piece of shit. It thought that there were 2 R's in strawberry, until very recently. Why the fuck are you messing with ChatGPT and pretending to be serious? This is so fucking stupid.
Because I stopped using race, and I just said, well, look, European people are split from what is now the African population 198,000 years ago. And if we assume 30 years to a generation, that's 6,600 generations, which will make...
Yeah, but not for all that. But for all that time, it's not like they were completely distinct from each other. They were still having kids with each other and like intermingling and stuff. Not all the time, and not nearly as frequently as they do now, and not nearly on the scale they do now, but they were. Like, they still... And that's not enough time, I don't think, to like speciate anyway.
A random English person and a random sub-Saharan African.
Not with the conditions that we were given. It just didn't happen.
600,
we're still all the same species.
559 cousins, whereas 2 random English people would be 12th cousins. On that basis, with those numbers, it concluded that if you have if an English person has a child with a sub-Saharan African woman, then he will be no more related to his own child than he will be to the baseline of the population, i.e. to a random English person. And therefore, the only way that you can successfully pass on
even if that's
genes,
true, who cares?
Replicate yourself if you do in that context genetically, is to have.
Okay, fuck your sister then. Go fuck your sister, or your mom. Hell, do your mom, because like, hey, you know what? You got 50% of your genome from your mom and 50% from your dad, and it's not necessarily the same as what your sister got. So it'd be even better if you did it with your mom. Go do it with your mom.
Lots and lots and lots of children. And inherently, the more children you have, the less resources...
He probably believes in Freudian theory anyway.
...you can invest in each. So
Go
that
fuck
is
your
a
mom. Go have
fast
kids with your
life
mom.
history strategy decision. Now, were you to have a child as an English person with a Dane, then the genetic loss... would be minimal.
Seriously, I'd want to know what his answer for not having kids with his mom is. I'd want to know his answer for that. Like, why not go fuck your mom and have kids with her? Because that would be the most genetic similarity that you could possibly achieve, short of having an identical twin. As a Brit, I apologize on behalf of the great island nation. Sorry, no apologies. We'll fix this. You have to remember to them, they see race as at best a subspecies designation. They don't accept that various groups are simply variants of the same species. Yeah, I know. No, they're freaks. They're complete freaks.
And could be more than compensated for by other factors, health or whatever it happens to be. But with someone that genetically distant, the genetic loss is enormous, and you are no more related to your own child than you are to a random.
But the only reason you'd care is if you're a fucking loser.
This would predict that you would invest fewer resources in such a child, you would be less bonded to such a child, and you would simply have to have more.
Also, fix your background. Like, your background is completely black, and so is your suit, and so it looks like you're just this. Like, this is the entire person right here. It's just his blue shirt with his tie and his neckerchief or whatever, and then his head. And then a hand that pokes up every now and then. Like, fix your background.
So it really
or
is
change your clothes.
A very fascinating area, which I urge you to look into more by reading Frank Saul's book on genetic interests.
Are you ready for the future?
Yeah, that was really weird. And if this guy is so interested in keeping his genes proliferating like as closely as possible, he should go fuck his mom and have kids with her. That's my takeaway. That's literally true, by the way. Like, that is the best way to ensure that your kids have as many genes from you as possible. Either that or cloning yourself. Just clone yourself. You can do that. You can just clone yourself now. Like, we literally can do that now. I think it'd be freaky, but, like, you can. Cloning yourself is difficult. We've done it with animals. There's no reason we can't do it with humans. We just don't because of moralistic reasons. I don't even know, honestly, like, if I would necessarily have a problem with cloning yourself. I mean, it's the same as having a kid, right? You need to find a surrogate? I mean, I'm sure you could find some people who would be fine being a surrogate for your clone child. It's 100 times harder than cloning an animal? Why? I mean, I don't know much about cloning, but I do know that it's possible. I guess the main moralistic argument I have against cloning is that you're fucking with, like, you'd be experimenting on human genetics and potentially producing an abomination. But, like, if you've tested it enough on animals and you're like 99.9% sure that a human clone would turn out fine and just grow up and live a normal life, I fail to see why that would be different than, like, having, like just having a kid. You're just choosing all of your own genes to proliferate. Which, again, I think that the concept of wanting to do that is weird, but I don't think moralistically I can make an argument against it. I personally don't want Clone Wars IRL. Accessibility, rich psychos. Yeah, but, like, all else being equal, I don't know if I have a problem with it on its own. The one guy who tampered with human embryos that became actual humans went to jail? I don't know. If that is, like, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I don't know if I'm going to upload that segment. I don't know if I did a very good job. Honestly. That guy was boring, too. What's this one? This one's only 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Wasn't it possible to turn eggs into sperm? I thought it was the other way around, that you could turn sperm into eggs, because eggs are way fucking bigger than sperm. eggs have like the entire cellular structure that you need for a cell to actually be like an extant cell that can live on its own for a substantial period of time. But like sperm cells aren't like that. They're just like a little shred of DNA with a tail attached that helps it swim. And it does not have like life support. Egg cells have life support. Sperm cells are basically suicide bombers. They deliver the package and they're done. An energized boy kisser. What you mean? You don't mean me, do you? I don't kiss boys. I don't do that. You can't prove that I do that. Man, we still got a good at least, like, probably an hour and a half until our debate. I forgot we were doing it until just now. Let me message them. Let me add them. How long? Sperm cells are weak as fuck. They can get killed by your pants being too tight. Yeah, they literally... The reason you have a ball sack... Interesting. The reason that the balls hang like they do is because the sperm cells cannot survive inside the human body at 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. They can't. They have to have, like... I think it's like 1 degree colder. They're very sensitive. Try it once for the memes. I was close. I dated one guy. Well, I want to call it I dated him, but I went on a date with one guy, and I thought he was cute. But then it was my first date with a guy, and like by that point I was only like recently out, and like I was nervous, so I didn't end up taking it very far, unfortunately. Like we went to another thing is I could smell the hints, you know, because he took me to his, I've told the story before. He took me to his favorite spot, like parked over the city, and we were looking out of the city and whatever. And he was trying to get like all romantic and stuff, but like I just wasn't. He could tell too that like there was something amiss, and I was just very nervous. So it is what it is. Oh, hey, Dubsy. We missed a segment that I'm probably not going to upload. I didn't like my coverage of it. It felt kind of forced. I don't know. Also, like, the entire argument was basically just, like, who cares? Like, motherfuckers be uploading 10-minute videos on why having kids with a black person makes your kids genetically distinct from you in such ways, and like actually, bruv, you're like doing the math, like technically, if you see here by this number, this genome is actually going to be quite different from this one, and you'll be more related to somebody who is not related to you at all than you will to your own kids, and you literally just counter all that by being like, by shrugging your shoulders and just, who gives a shit? Okay. Like, these motherfuckers sit in their caves all day and do all this genome math, and, like, who cares? Didn't expect a biology lesson from Alec. I am technically a biology major. It's been a while since I've looked at it, though, so I'm very out of practice. I'm actually quite out of practice in most matters of nursing as well. My practice is very specifically, it's been hyper-focused on one client for like a year and a half. And if you were to stick me in an environment where I had to care for somebody that is not my client, I could do it. But like anything outside of like respiratory or like I don't know, like there's just so many things that I'm so out of practice on right now. Mainly because all I do is take care of my client and stream. My brain is kind of soup. You take the brains and you mash it into a fine soup. That's the life of a streamer. That sounds awesome. It is awesome, but like, it does result in me having fewer skills as a nurse. That is the unfortunate consequence. Yeah, Dubsy, I watched your most recent video. I enjoyed it a lot. The one you edited. Here, I'll pull it up. I do, okay, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I do really good content when I'm high. This is horrific music for this subject. You're like playing the... Well, what is it called? What's that tune called? By the way, the American lifestyle is terrible right now. You're more impulsive? I think that's what makes it better. The Americans are suffering like nobody else. Suicide rates are sky high. Like, come on, man. I dare say, when did the Soviet Union...
End of history had occurred. They declared that the American system would dominate the world forevermore. However, fast forward 30 years...
That ideology has destroyed the... Here you go.
Where is society...
They said, hey, let a few black people in. Let a few black people in. They all immediately shat themselves. They're like, oh! You know what they turned into? Wait. Yes! Yes, conservative institutions, when you tell them that you must hire one, parentheses, one, close parentheses, black person. Oh, no! Yeah, great editing on that. We love Dubsy. I liked the music. The music, yeah, the music was, I mean, it's classical music, right? It's just funny that he was using that music while he was talking about, like, those kinds of topics. You did, in fact, cook. All right, I'm going to take a brief break, run to the bathroom, and be right back. So hang out until then. Talk to Dubsy. Dubsy's in site chat.
That wasn't fair cause I didn't know it would be too hard. It was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My god, they'll heal us all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects every corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't have to terminate it to breathe for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there. Didn't know it would be too hard. Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it. All humans will burn anyway. The same on the lane I use. Do I identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby.
Okay, I'm back. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot one thing. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry, I had to take my medicine. Ugh. You guys want to know something? Ever since accepting the fact that like I'm not that smart, I feel like my content has just gotten better. Like, I feel like I used to be very conceited. Vosh raid? Oh shit! Not while I'm trauma dumping. Vosh raid, let's go, Vosh. Welcome in, Voshites. Welcome in, you disgusting horse fuckers. Get in here. The real evil twin brother, yes. People say that I look like Tim Pool. Maybe if I had a, you know what? Should I put on the beanie? Let me see if I can find my black beanie. Hold on. I'll see if I can find it. My God, I found it. Okay, here. We'll do a little comparison. Gotta make it nice and tight. There we go. I know I got rated. That's why I'm putting on the Tim Pool hat. Thank you, Vosh. Thank you, Voshites. I'm Tim Pool now. Uncanny. I can't believe Vosh would raid into Tim Pool. What a piece of shit. I don't know how I would do like a good Tim Pool impression. I feel like I would need to be like way more tense than I am on any, like even on my most tense days. Because he's like very, like, it looks like his shoulders don't even like, it looks like his shoulders would crunch if he tried to swivel them. Like he's just a very tight person. Stand on your tippy toes? True. Not gonna lie, I'm disturbed. And here's the thing. We need to make sure that we support Russia at all costs. Ukraine is the enemy of the United States of America. Vladimir Putin is the best man to ever exist. A bit faster, cynical, spot on. You're just Tim Pool from the other timeline. That was actually kind of insane. For a sec, he had the cadence. Ooh, I got voice acting chops, baby. Get me on the line for the One Piece remake. I'll be Luffy. Reminds me of that one lady who's really chill, but people call her the angry SJW. Who is she? Wait. No, that's not the girl from that picture, is it? Yeah. The US should apologize to Russia. When standing, you need to stand on your tippy toes or wear giant shoes to make you taller. Did he do that? Did he wear giant shoes to make himself taller? That's pretty funny if so. Okay. I got to figure out something to do so that the Voshites are entertained. We're supposed to have a debate. It's going to happen between 6 and 7 p.m. Which is Eastern time. Sorry, Eastern time. I forgot that there are people who are in the wrong timelines. What's the topic? We'll be debating about voting for Kamala. Here, let me read the Discord message. Hi, I'd be really interested in having a discussion about Kamala Harris and the Palestine issue. I particularly want to discuss lesser evil voting and voting uncommitted / third party as strategy / approaches to the Palestine question. So they didn't specify that it's about like not voting, but voting third party is just as effective as not voting. So they wanted to discuss it. I don't know if it'll actually be a legit debate, but it'll be a discussion, so it'll be interesting. EST is the only true time zone. I was in California, and everybody had their clock set to 3 o'clock when it was supposed to be 6 o'clock. It was horrific. They're all delusional. Uncommitted at the DNC is different than voting third party? Yes, correct. Did that motherfucker literally call it the Palestine question? No, it's the Palestine. Did they? I guess it is called they called it a Palestinian question. I don't want to read too far into that. Should I be reading into that? I don't know. Is that sussy? I think they could have meant issue. I don't know. That's a bit on the nose. Mega sus, giga sussy. I don't know. Like, maybe. I don't know. Based on the entire message. That's what I thought. They're like talking about voting third party or Kamala Harris. Not voting Trump. I don't know. I feel like it was a mistake. I feel like it was a mistake. I'm not reading into it. Let's see if I got anything on my Twitter bookmarks we can go over. Here we go. Hold on. We can go over Anna Kasparian. Coming out in favor of Project 2025. Not really. So I feel like anybody with a working prefrontal cortex knows that Donald Trump and Project 2025 are pretty heavily correlated with each other. They're very related, no matter the, despite all of the attempts to distance himself from it that Donald Trump has made. But people such as Anna Kasparian, who we'll see in a second, does not think that, from my understanding of what's going on in this video, which I watched like 1 second of, I think that she's saying that Project 2025 and Donald Trump, spreading misinfo on Trump shooting and Project 2025, as it says in the headline down here. So we're just going to take a look, see what she's got to say, and probably not agree with it. Also, I'm wearing the Tim Pool beanie, so this is much more suiting.
There's other stuff.
Who would have thought that you would see a right-wing Anna Kasparian versus a left-wing Tim Pool? We do live in that universe now, folks.
And like, I hesitate to even bring this up because people are hell-bent on being scared about Project 2025. But let me just be clear about something. There are all sorts of allegations about the Heritage Foundation's document, which again, they release every election cycle. This is the first time we have the Democratic Party specifically tying it to Donald Trump, because some of the people associated with—
Yeah, because this is the first time that somebody who wrote the foreword is on the ticket. Nobody who's ever been involved in the project of that year from the Heritage Foundation has been actually fucking on the ticket before. And a ton of Trump operatives are also working on it. Like former Trump former Trump cabinet members, not operatives, sorry.
With the Heritage Foundation used to be in Trump's administration. Okay, does that mean that Trump is— you think Trump respects anyone who was in his administration? But okay, let's talk about the specific allegations that we've heard about what's in Project 2025, which is a 900-page document. The media knows that most Americans, they don't have the bandwidth to sit down and read a 900—
Things like banning abortion and hormone replacement therapy and like instilling family values, quote unquote, probably going to get rid of gay marriage as well. Like just horrific shit. Taking away funding from like Social Security, you know, things that like just nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. But let's see what she has to say about what's
100-page document. So they get to say whatever they want about it. They get to claim that it includes all sorts of things that it doesn't even actually say.
Like what?
Here, so for instance, Vice President Harris said on July 23rd that Project 2025 called for cutting Social Security.
It calls for what I believe that it calls for cutting handouts, right? Or public funding or something, which includes Social Security. It's like calling for cutting handouts to people. So yes, it does say that. Here. Project 2025 Social Security. From PBS, fact-checking warnings from Democrats about Project 2025 and Donald Trump. I don't know if we're going to get a straight answer from this. Are they connected? Let's see if they even say if they're connected. So yeah, it looks like they're like saying the same thing that I did. Project 2025 wouldn't ban abortion outright, but it would curtail access. Yeah. Yeah, that's impacting abortion. The idea is eventually to ban it outright, yes. To return to being known as the Department of Life by explicitly rejecting the notion that abortion is healthcare. If that's not a fucking abortion ban, I don't know what is. What? They literally want abortion to be called murder. Yeah, they want to ban it. No, sorry, I don't buy this. Doesn't call for cutting Social Security, but proposes some changes to Medicare. Does not call for Social Security cuts. None of its 10 references to Social Security addresses plans for cutting the program. It would functionally ban it. Oh, abortion? Yes. Does propose changes to Medicare, including Medicare Advantage, the private insurance offering a Medicare the default enrollment option. Unlike original Medicare, Medicare Advantage plans have provider networks and can also require prior authorization, meaning that the plan can approve or deny certain services. Original Medicare plans don't have prior authorization requirements. The manual also calls for repealing health policies enacted under Biden, such as the Inflation Reduction Act. The law enabled Medicare to negotiate with drug makers for the first time in history. So, like, even if it doesn't say it's going to functionally, it doesn't functionally say that it's going to cut Social Security, but it's trying to like gut like public programs. So it's not like, I don't know. It's weird to attack this from the left, or not like from the right. I mean, if you're proclaim yourself to be a leftist, is my point. You know what I mean? Like, you're getting pedantic.
It was not a one-time mistake. She also said at a July 11th, 2024 campaign event, Project 2025 includes a plan to cut Social
It says us to move Social Security to the states, page 605. Let's take a look.
Security.
Oh, hold on. Is this it? Yes, it is. Page 605. That is not what I'm looking for. We'll just search it. Oh boy, this is going to take a minute. I put a video and content suggestions that outlines what Project 2025 wants to accomplish and from a legal standpoint. Okay, I might take a look at it. Did it already search it? Uh-oh, I might have broke the page. There it is. I don't know if it ever says the words Social Security. Congress should pass the Protecting Life and Taxpayers Act, page 472. Protecting Life and Taxpayers. Is this just a shitty search engine? This might just be a yeah, it's going in order. Oh, okay, it's going in order. Okay, well, the search engine sucks. So you said page 472. Sorry, I didn't realize it was going in order. The conservative promise, goal number 1, protecting life, conscience, and bodily integrity. The secretary should pursue a robust agenda to protect the fundamental right to life. Yeah, this is talking about more abortion. Search for entitlements. There we go. Entitlements. That's the word I was looking for. Operate here. Let's start up here. With the goal of being a social safety net, Medicare and Medicaid touch more American lives than does any other federal program. While they help many, they operate as runaway entitlements that stifle medical innovation, encourage fraud, and impede cost containment, in addition to what their fiscal future is in peril. So so they're referring to it as entitlements. So, like, what's to stop them from saying that Social Security is a runaway entitlement? What site is this? Is this the official Heritage Foundation? I don't know. This is just on Document Cloud. So I don't know. Anyway, let's go back to Anna's video.
Well, NewsGuard, which...
Point is, you shouldn't be attacking this from the right if you're Anna Kasparian, who proclaims to be a progressive leftist.
Does a pretty good job in fact-checking these types of claims on both sides. Took a look, and they found out that the Project 2025 policy playbook titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, does not even mention any proposed changes to Social Security. Okay, great.
Entitlements. It mentioned
left-leaning
entitlements.
news outlet, thegrio.com.
It's not like a slippery slope. It's not like jumping to conclusions to say that they would jump to Social Security next.
Advance the myth that Project 2025 proposes banning Muslims. The Mandate for Leadership includes no mention of a Muslim ban or any religion or ethnicity-specific entry ban.
Donald Trump literally did a Muslim ban, like, during his time in office. Like, he didn't call it one, but it was like every single country was, like, majority Muslim. And known as, like, Muslim country, like majority Muslim countries. So effectively, yes, it was a Muslim ban. Even if he never said the word Muslim. She's just not understanding. Like, there have been laws passed that are racist. It's like she knows this shit. She's just grifting. She's just grifting now. She already knows all of this. Like, there have been laws passed that don't make any reference to race at all. That say that that are still racist. There was one that a judge called targeted black people with surgical precision. And it was about, like, forgetting an apostrophe in your name or something and your vote doesn't get counted. Something like that. But you don't have to make a reference directly to banning Muslims in order to ban Muslims effectively. The page 472 I was giving was by their numbering. Oh, okay, my bad. So on page 472, cuts all federal funding to all entities that perform abortions. And to something. There is literally clips also of the initial incident, how in the past she argued against her birthing person BS. I've seen that, yeah. So, like, she got really pissed off about the term birthing person, but she had argued against that very same talking point that she was now shilling now. Like, back then she argued against that, but now she's saying it. She's just a grifting piece of shit. It's really sad to see how the entire TYT apparatus turned that direction. Truly sad. Yeah, the point of a law is its outcome. I agree. Okay, this person replied, I can talk now. Ooh. Okay, we got a debate. Hopefully. We'll see. We got a discussion. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Can you hear me fine?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Thank you. Chat, letting me know if I'm too loud or they're too loud. Alrighty, so how are you doing tonight?
Well, it's like 2 p.m. for me, so it's not really nighttime yet. So.
Oh, gotcha. It's 5 p.m. for me, so it's close enough.
Oh,
but yeah, do you want to go ahead and give us your name real quick and then what you'd like to talk about? Oh, yeah, and also your pronouns.
I go by he, him.
Mm-hmm.
My Discord handle is funny looking Joe, but my name's not Joe.
Okay, it's up to you. If you don't want to disclose your real name, that's fine. I can just call you Joe.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Okay, no worries, Joe. And what would you like to discuss?
I really want to discuss voting for Kamala Harris. Like specifically, I want to discuss her policies regarding Palestine. I think there's a lot to discuss there.
Absolutely. So as far as voting for Kamala Harris, just real quick, do you feel like you are going to or you are not going to?
I'm not. I'm personally not going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay. And is your goal here to try to convince people that they should also not vote for Kamala Harris?
Not really. I don't want to
Okay.
be telling anybody like how to vote specifically. I think people should be picking their own battles, and I totally understand how like Trump could be like a really damaging presidency to a lot of minority groups in America. But what I do really strongly believe is that a Kamala Harris presidency would not be good for Palestine, and that if Palestine is your number one issue, you should not be voting for Kamala.
Okay, so I guess my first question would be: do you recognize that ultimately Donald Trump or Kamala Harris is definitely 100%, like one of the two of them, going to be president by this time next year?
Yes.
Okay. Knowing that, you're saying that still, if your top issue is Palestine, you should not vote for Kamala Harris.
Yes, like I totally understand, like being a trans person in the United States, or being like a woman in one of the states that like banned abortion. I totally understand for voting for Kamala Harris,
Right,
and I'm
and-
not going to be
And
taking
not
away
even
those issues.
not even just being one of those people, but like caring about those rights, right? So you recognize
Totally,
that like
yeah.
those are rights that could be heavily impacted by the Trump administration if they take office again, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Just so we're on the same page. And you understand that that is something that people are concerned about, but you still believe that if your top issue is Palestine, that you should not vote for Kamala Harris. Is that correct?
Specifically Palestine, yes.
So I guess I'm just confused. Like, what makes it okay for people whose top issue is Palestine to not vote for Kamala Harris if the other issues are, in fact, things that you care about?
So, wait, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Like, are you talking about like, so the pro-Palestine people, like,
So
why are they not voting for Harris?
You're specifically not voting for Kamala Harris. So I can assume, though, I can assume, though, that you still do care about women's rights and trans rights and all that, right? Like, you care about those things.
Totally, yeah.
Right. So then why
Totally.
would you not? So knowing that and knowing that a Trump administration would be ruinous for them, why would you not vote for Kamala Harris on that basis alone?
Because like the genocide in Palestine is like infinitely worse than any of those rights. Like the damage being caused in Palestine is like Trump can't cause that same damage to people in the United States.
I disagree.
Does that make sense?
Yes, but I disagree that, first of all, I don't think that it's fair to compare them because they're very different issues. You know, you
Totally,
have
yeah.
literal, like, yeah, like, I'm not even, I don't want to say that, like, an equivalent amount of people will suffer or die in the United States under a Trump administration, but I just don't think it's a fair thing to even compare them. And you don't have to either. Like, there's no reason to. You can have your cake and eat it too, because as it turns out, Trump is also worse on Palestine than Kamala Harris.
Wait,
So, like,
that's actually something I really want to delve into.
Okay.
Why do you think Kamala would be better on Palestine?
Well, Trump has been quoted as saying Netanyahu should finish the job.
So, in terms of like actual policy, what would Kamala Harris do?
Well, she's more likely to not fund them as much, not send them as much military aid, especially than Donald Trump. Maybe
so-
not as, she might be the same as Biden. I don't know, but she'll especially be better than Donald Trump.
So how do you know that? Like, has she said like, "Oh, I will suspend arms licenses," or what is she?
I can't
said?
know that for sure, but her rhetoric tells me that she probably will be. She's
So
made
she's
reference
not-
to a ceasefire. Donald Trump has said, "Hey, Netanyahu should finish the job."
So Kamala Harris has said like nothing about arms licenses, has talked nothing about arms embargoes. The only thing, well, Joe Biden, the incumbent government, has done was temporarily suspend some. I forgot. They were like missiles, like not ICBMs, but like certain like warheads.
Okay.
Temporarily, those missiles were still sent.
Has
But the
Trump-
issue is. But the issue is with you can say whatever you want about like a ceasefire or anything, but the issue is a ceasefire deal hasn't been like established yet because we're not taking enough steps to like make that deal a definite possibility.
I
Like
agree.
Israel is like highly dependent on American aid, American military aid, and American like diplomatic support in like the United Nations and when it comes to stuff like the ICC and the ICJ. And until like Harris takes like a definitive like policy step to make that ceasefire a reality, her rhetoric just kind of falls flat.
Yes, but the rhetoric is still important compared to Donald Trump's because that's pretty much all we have to go on as far as who's going to be better. And also, I believe, no, actually, we have more to go on. We can go back and look at Trump's record in Israel during his course of presidency when he made that quote unquote Israel ceasefire.
Moving
deal.
the. Are you talking about Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem?
Is that what he did? Because I don't know the details, but like I know that there was a deal that he made with Netanyahu at the time that basically just stacks the deck in, like it was basically just for Israel.
So the two big things that I remember from the Trump presidency regarding Israel-Palestine was that Trump recognized the Golan Heights as sovereign Israeli territory, and he moved the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which is like a very like bad thing to do and was very I would say damaging to the Palestinian cause. But the issue with that is that American policy has never been to contest Israeli sovereignty over East Jerusalem and over the Golan Heights. So really what Trump was doing with those two decisions was saying the quiet part out loud. Does that make sense?
Saying the quiet part out loud.
Regarding like Palestinian sovereignty. Like we don't believe in Palestinian sovereignty.
Okay, and Kamala Harris, so you just said that that's saying the quiet part out loud with policy to back it up. And Kamala Harris has made, like, she's made reference to a ceasefire. Whereas Donald Trump has said, like going back to the rhetoric, Donald Trump has said Netanyahu needs to finish his job, and we have his policy positions that essentially say that Palestine cannot be its own power.
So the issue with the ceasefire is that doesn't actually do anything for like Palestinian sovereignty. And when I say like sovereignty, I mean in like a very like legal sense. Like America doesn't recognize the existence of a Palestinian state. Like so. Like a pro-sovereignty thing Kamala Harris could do would be to recognize a Palestinian state, which Ireland, Norway, and Spain did like a few months ago.
Sure.
And also, like, just recognizing the illegality of the occupation of the contested zones.
Okay, I understand that she could do those things, and it would be a lot better if she did.
Totally.
Sorry, 1 second.
Of course.
Okay, I know that the Democrats are not doing enough. But the evidence that I have, which is basically just Biden's record, Trump's record, and Kamala Harris's words and Trump's words, okay? It appears to me as though Kamala Harris would definitely do a better job over there. And even assuming, can you at least assume that they would be equal? Like that Kamala wouldn't be worse than Trump?
Yeah, I agree with that. But can I say just two things?
Sure.
So with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, it's not, the issue isn't just that they're not doing enough. they're not doing the bare minimum, I would say.
I understand that.
So,
I understand that. But you understand
can I
that
give
Trump
just
would...
like...
Okay.
Can I give like an example of what like the bare minimum could look like? So
I guess my point is we have agreed that Trump will not be better on Palestine, right?
Yes.
Okay, so knowing that, and then knowing also that Trump's domestic policies will be shit as compared to the Democrats, why is that not enough for me to say, yes, even if my top issue is Palestine, I know that, you know, Trump cannot be better on Palestine than Harris will. And so I'm going to vote. I have to like go down the checkbox. I have to then go to the next issues, which is, you know, trans rights, women's rights, abortion access, all those, you know, like things like that. Medicare not being cut, social programs not being cut, you know, just things like that. Like you have to start going down your checklist. You have to.
I think that's a brilliant point, but I think that also brings us to a new question, the question of political pressure. So, as like an individual American, as individuals, we don't really have a lot of capacity to pressure Kamala Harris to do something. We don't have a lot of leverage. So,
you're correct.
I would say our leverage is like our votes. Like usually under like a more, I guess, less genocidal presidency, we would like pretty much all the pro-Palestine voters would be voting Democrat. So we are like a big like voting bloc for the Democrats, and that gives us a lot of like a good amount of leverage and capacity to pressure them into a ceasefire.
So here's the problem with this logic. You are holding at stake the domestic rights of almost everybody around you for the chance, it's not a certainty, for the chance that like Kamala Harris will win by just enough to make her understand that like, oh, all these other votes were withheld. Maybe I should do something about Palestine, as opposed to the outcome being Donald Trump. So like what do you think the odds of that are? What is your end game here? Because by not voting, you are, instead of voting for Kamala and not voting or voting third party, that is helping Trump more than if you were to just vote for Kamala. I'm not saying you're helping Trump. I am saying you're helping them more by not voting for her than by voting for her.
So
Clearly.
Can I say three things?
Sure.
What was I going to say? So it's not pro-Palestine voters putting domestic issues hostage. Is that what you said? Hostage?
I said that's what you're personally doing with your voting power. Yes.
No.
You are gambling.
It's Kamala Harris putting those issues.
But the vote is yours. Okay,
No,
you can't
is.
hide behind that.
But
you know the consequences of your vote and your non-vote. Okay, now I'm not going to I understand that when people's top issue is Palestine, the thought of voting for a Democrat makes them want to actually vomit. And there are people whose families are from Palestine, and I completely understand where they're coming from. But the objective truth of the matter is that Kamala Harris is far and away better than Donald Trump. So knowing that one of the two of them is going to be president by this time next year, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Can I just give an example of how the bare minimum would look? Like how it would look for Kamala Harris to do the bare minimum?
Sure. I don't think this will change my argument at all, but sure.
Okay. So Keir Starmer's government in Britain, old school Labour Zionist, has suspended 30 arms licenses to the state of Israel, and has said they will not. They will comply with the ICC verdict regarding Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu for the ICC, and Kamala Harris has just said nothing on those issues. So, as a pro-Palestine voter, why would I vote for somebody who is really not saying anything about the issues that the pretty much number one issue a lot of people on college campuses are talking about right now?
Because of the reasons I laid out for you. You care about trans rights, women's rights, gay rights, the rights of people who are on Medicare and other social programs that will be cut under the Trump presidency. There are many, many reasons to vote. I mean, we can go through them if you want, like a song, but
so the issue is like if Trump did like all of that stuff, like all that he would realistically be able to do, that doesn't even like compare to like the damage Israel is doing to Palestinians.
Which will continue under a Trump presidency, so it's still a net negative to not vote for Kamala Harris.
So we both want a ceasefire. How do you think that's going to come about? Like people not voting for Palestine, not like having Palestine on their docket at all?
That kind of thing is accomplished in a primary vote when the stakes are not nearly as high. Okay, you tell somebody in a primary vote, if you don't support Palestine, you don't get my vote.
For this election, we just ignore Palestine? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying to ignore Palestine. I'm saying keep shoving it in the Democrats' faces that they're not doing enough. But you still need to vote Democrat because
like
the alternative is a
right?
Republican.
So you're talking about protests, right?
Yeah, protest is one way, yes. You can send letters to your whoever it is. You can bother them. You can make their lives more sucky without not voting for them. Yes.
Like the thing is, like at the end of the day, they're still like, they still have your vote. So,
okay,
like protesting, like as a thing, like brilliant thing should continue to happen. But if a protest gets too successful, like it did on the college campuses, you can just call in the cops. You know?
Yeah, and that would be a bad look. Okay, your public image starts to go down, and
that's
so
already happened.
Okay, again, as I said, if you actually want somebody who is not a Democrat or a Republican, that starts at the ground level. That starts at a local level. Okay, you can't just decide during, like when we're like 2 months out from the election to say, hey, you know what, actually I'm going to withhold my vote unless you do something about Palestine. Like that doesn't make any sense. You can't just start there. You have to start local. And there's no third-party power right now. There's just not.
People have been organizing since October 7th. And now
that's not nearly long enough. This is a process that could take years, decades even.
Wait. In decades, Gaza wouldn't exist. Like at the current trajectory, in a decade, everybody in Gaza would be dead. You do understand that. There's like a time clock.
Yes, and we can socially pressure a lot of these Democrats, these Democrat fuckheads, to change their opinion on it.
The issue is, if every protest has like an asterisk to it, we will vote for you no matter what. Why would they? Why would they take you seriously?
You're still obstructing business as usual. You're making
but like
scene.
The thing is,
you're making their lives worse.
That's the thing. Like if the protest gets too successful at like disrupting business as usual, like you said, you just call the cops. That's what happened.
And that still messes with their public image. They have to answer for that.
How? How do they answer for that?
Well, their popularity dips.
When you say their popularity dips, like who?
Their favorability.
What does that mean?
They'll be less likely to be chosen in the next like primary.
Be less likely to be voted.
In the next primary, yes. They'll be ousted by somebody else. I mean, just look at what happened with Biden and Kamala Harris.
Biden and Harris are like the same people, like regarding the issues in Palestine.
No, they're not. Biden tried to hold on to power, and Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats pressured him until he dropped out because his favorability was in the shitter. So he was pressured into dropping out.
So policy-wise, how does Harris and Biden differ regarding Palestine?
Well, I don't think that Biden has used the word ceasefire, for one thing.
He has, yes, he has.
Okay, well, I don't know then. I truly don't, and it doesn't matter, because we've already established that, first of all, Trump's not going to be worse than Kamala Harris on Palestine, and second of all, one of them is going to be, Trump is going to be just as bad, if not worse, than Kamala Harris on Palestine. And the other part of that equation is that Trump is definitely going to be worse on domestic policy, and we've already agreed that a third party is not winning the election. So there's simply no reason to withhold a vote.
There is, for political pressure.
Okay, but you still want Kamala to win, right?
I do not care. Both candidates are the same on Palestine.
You don't care, so you're saying that you don't care about the other issues. That's what you're saying.
No, the other
Yes, that is what you are saying, because you've already acknowledged... I can draw that conclusion because you have acknowledged that those are issues in this election.
They don't compare to Palestine.
Then you don't care about them. Then you don't just say you don't care about them. Then just say that, and then we can end this discussion.
So do you want to end this discussion then?
No, I'm asking you, do you care about those issues?
In comparison to Palestine, not as much.
Just say you don't at all. It does not tilt the scales
fuck
at
do you
all
mean? I'm
as
not
to
gonna
whether or
say
not
I
you should
don't
vote for
care
Kamala
about
Harris.
abortion rights at all, because I do care
Okay.
about abortion rights. It's just that
okay, so you
damn
do
it,
care about them. So you do care if women lose their access to abortion in this country and die as a result, yes? You care about that?
Yeah.
Okay, you care about the hundreds, if not thousands of lives that could be lost potentially if abortion were made illegal, and you know that abortion could
hundreds
be
of
made illegal
thousands
under
of
Donald
lives
Trump,
have
right?
been lost in Palestine, like over the last
Okay,
year.
I'm asking you, I'm not asking about Palestine. We've already established that they will be the same or
So,
Trump will be worse.
I would say-
so I'm not
I would
asking about
say
Palestine.
abortion-
Okay, so
Okay.
abortion saves lives, yes?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so then I can assume you care about it.
I do.
Okay,
care
so
about
then
it.
why do you not care about who wins the general election? Because abortion is a hot button issue that will be taken away under a Trump presidency, right?
Because Palestine, the Palestinian issue is causing more damage today.
You're not fixing that by withholding your vote. You're not fixing that. All you're doing
I'm
is
not
helping Trump
fixing
win.
it by
That's all you're
voting
doing.
for Kamala Harris. How is voting for Kamala Harris going to fix that?
You recognize that one or the other is going to be president, right?
Yes.
And you want Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, right? I assume because you've said that you care about those other issues that she's better on. So you have to want her more than Trump.
I do not care.
Why not?
Because the issue in Palestine is causing infinitely more damage.
You are letting that cloud your brain, okay? You are not thinking
Cloud my
rationally.
brain,
if
it's
you were
a genocide.
if you were thinking
Wait,
rationally, no, you're not. You listen. I have already said before, if you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris on the basis of Palestine, I understand where you're coming from, because what's happening in Gaza is simply an unacceptable, disgusting loss of life. Okay, it's disgusting, and I abhor it. But on the other side of that, it's not going to get any better by withholding your vote. Okay, so you are making an irrational decision and forsaking every other value that you hold and not fixing the problem. It is an emotional response. And that's fine if you want to make that emotional response. Okay? That's your right to do. My problem comes when people try to convince other people that, if they vote for Kamala Harris and they support Palestine. That's my main problem. But since you came on to talk today, you're getting this talk.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was your issue?
My
you had
main
an
issue,
when
okay.
people-
I still think that you should vote for Kamala Harris, and I would love to try to convince you that you should. All right? But my main issue comes not from individuals deciding they can't or don't want to vote Democrat. My main issue comes when they try to convince others that voting Democrat is a bad thing to do, that you should vote third party or not at all, okay, as a protest of sorts, okay? It's not better. It's worse, objectively. And by not recognizing that, you are having an emotional reaction to Palestine, an understandable emotional reaction to the disgusting shit going on over there, the abhorrent shit going on over there. And that's why I'm not mad at you, okay? But at the same time, I'm recognizing that it is, yes, an emotional reaction. It's not logical.
It's just an issue of political pressure. Can I give like a historical example?
It's an issue of being emotional, but go ahead.
So a historical example would be the Vietnam War. After Lyndon Johnson stepped away and wasn't going to campaign for re-election because of Vietnam, it was between Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon. And the anti-war movement at the time, do you think they voted for Hubert Humphrey or Richard Nixon? They voted for neither of them because neither of them had a good policy on Vietnam.
Who voted for neither of them?
The anti-war protesters. They didn't vote for Hubert Humphrey. They didn't vote for Richard Nixon.
Okay, what's your point? Who had the better policy domestically?
Well, Hubert Humphrey by a pretty long shot.
Okay, so then they did something bad. They let Richard Nixon win.
The thing is, you at the ballot box, if you vote for Hubert Humphrey or if you vote for Kamala Harris, you are surrendering the issue of Palestine or Vietnam. You are saying American lives matter more than Vietnamese lives or Palestinian lives.
You can recognize, okay, objectively, Kamala Harris is more likely to be pressured on Palestine than Trump ever will be. Okay?
But how do you pressure her?
You use social pressure. Donald Trump cannot be socially pressured.
What does social pressure mean?
It means protests. It means getting out in the streets. It means it means talking to your local representatives and forcing them to tell their higher ups that, hey, we need to do something about Palestine. My representatives aren't happy. It's making their lives miserable in different ways. But part of that is not voting for them. That happens in primaries.
So when Kamala Harris says "or what do you say? Like, okay, ceasefire now, or what?
Has she said that?
What would you say? I'm not saying she literally said
right.
that.
So
but
then
like,
we're
just
so we're clear that this is a fantasy scenario. But go on.
So it's or what? Like ceasefire now or what? What's your leverage? That's what I'm asking.
I don't really have that much.
I agree. What is our leverage? Our vote.
Yeah, and you're forsaking every other right.
I'm sorry, brother. It's like a genocide like that we've haven't seen.
I know it's like a genocide, brother. I know.
It kind of like eclipses all other issues.
I disagree. I still think that abortion is important. You don't, and that's I don't like that, frankly. I was gonna say that's fine. It's actually not fine. It's really weird.
Would you vote for someone who would I don't know, what's your red line when it comes to foreign policy? Is there
my red
any
line
foreign
is
policy
my red line
where...
is a 0.01 decimal point between Hitler and not Hitler. Because those are my two options.
I don't understand that. I don't understand.
If I'm voting for 100% Hitler or 99.99% Hitler, and those are my two options, and I know that one of the two is going to be president at the end of the day, 99.99% Hitler gets my vote. Okay,
So
I'm not endorsing every single fucking thing that 99.99% Hitler does, because they'll gas one less Jew. Okay, that's why I'm voting for them.
So you would say Harris is 99.9% Hitler?
No, I'm saying that if even that were the case, it would still be the logical option and to vote for 99.99% Hitler. So we're taking this to the I'm steel manning you. This is the natural extreme of your argument.
But I'm sorry, but I feel like this is just something you're kind of skipping
It's
over.
logical. It's logic.
You're skipping over the possibility.
No,
of
I'm not
political
skipping over
pressure
anything.
because
I've analyzed every single thing down to the decimal point. I just did.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the Hitler analogy? The 99.9%?
I was making a joke.
Is that okay? But you're just ignoring the issue of political pressure. You understand the importance of protest, and I really respect that.
Yes.
Because a lot of people, I feel.
So then protests are important, right?
Totally.
That's how you pressure.
But
and that causes pressure.
But the issue is.
Or the protest does nothing. You can say the protest does nothing.
What is your leverage?
The protests. That's one of them. Just as an example.
What does that mean? So a protest is a show.
What does a protest do? It's a show of force, right? Right.
That's just what I said.
Yes, I know. That's why I was repeating what you said. Right. It's a show of force.
Show of force. And what are you showing? What are you saying you will do on those protests?
There are all kinds of things you can say. You can say, we refuse to go to class. We refuse to pay for this or that. There are all kinds of things you can do at a protest.
Wait, are you talking about divestment?
I'm just talking about in general protesting. You rally
So-
around a huge group of people for a common cause, and you say, this is the consequence of not doing what we say.
So with Kamala Harris, what's the consequence?
It's impeding day-to-day functioning of, especially at these colleges, and ruining
So
her
when
image.
you do that, you get arrested, and that doesn't directly affect Kamala Harris.
So you're saying the protests don't matter, right? They should just go home.
No, I think
They should all
do
go
matter
home and
because
withhold their
they're a
votes.
show of
Okay,
force.
so they
I
are
just don't-
important. So then you recognize that they're important, right?
But the thing is, they're a show of force, and what are these people at these protests saying? If you ask every single one of them, like individual people, probably 70-80% of the people would say, no, fuck no, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. These people
Okay,
are chanting.
I can recognize that they're still out protesting and doing a good thing doing that, and that they're doing a bad thing by not voting for Kamala Harris. Okay, and they they might just be saying that too. They might still vote for them, but let's assume that they're being honest. It doesn't matter. the protesters are in fact doing other things. What I'm saying is the protesters are saying they're doing other things than just saying I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. They're out there doing work.
What work?
The work of disrupting the status quo at a protest. Do you not think that that's work?
Totally, yeah.
Okay,
I just
great.
wanted
So
to
we're on an agreement.
be specific. But like, still, it's a show of force.
Yes.
Of leverage, and that leverage is partially voting power.
That's only leverage if you're willing to sacrifice everything else that's on the table.
Yeah, but like voting for
Which you are.
That's sacrificing Palestine.
No, it's not.
Nothing
changes if I don't vote for Kamala. It's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, right?
So when I say surrender the issue of Palestine, I'm saying like you're surrendering like the possibility, not the possibility, but like a good Palestine policy being one of your demands.
So what is your plan? Don't vote for her, and then what? Don't vote for her, and you hope to achieve what outcome with that?
Political pressure.
Okay, in what form? That Donald Trump wins?
No, that she looks at her
so
election,
so then it's not that you want Donald Trump to win then. So it's not that you want Donald Trump to win.
I don't want either of them to win.
Okay, well, one of them's going to. One of them's going to. Okay?
Okay.
So by everything that you've stated that you care about, Kamala Harris is the clear better option.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
No,
then you don't give a shit about abortion rights or trans people's rights. Just say that you don't care. Just say you don't care.
About Palestine. I'm not going to say I don't care about that.
You don't. You don't. I can prove it mathematically. You don't.
Like trans rights, queer rights, totally important. They just don't compare to what's going on in Palestine right now.
They're completely separate issues, and I find it disgusting that you're comparing them.
You're the one comparing them. You
are. You're saying no.
I'm saying domestic policy matters more than foreign policy. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying shit doesn't change in Palestine. Guess I better vote for the person with better domestic policy. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, I have a question.
Because things don't get better in Palestine under a Trump presidency. They don't. They get worse.
I have a question. Would you vote for Kamala Harris if she did not have a good trans policy? Like if her trans policy was just like identical to Trump?
Yes. If trans policy were identical between, which by the way, for a long time it was like, both the Democrats and the Republicans had to say, well, I don't support that gay marriage thing that all these guys are doing. And then gay people had to choose their option. They had to pick their poison. And guess what they usually went with? The Democrat. Okay, the liberal person. Because they understood that other rights are at stake. So the gays had to suck it up, and the transes had to suck it up for a long fucking time. All right? A long time.
So you're saying the Palestinians have to suck it up?
I'm not saying the Palestinians have to suck it up. I'm saying you do. Do you live in Palestine?
Trans people? Do
you live in Palestine?
Do I live in Palestine?
Do you?
Not, but I know.
Okay, then you're not a Palestinian. So I'm not saying the Palestinians have to suck it up. I'm saying you do, because nothing gets better under a Trump presidency for Palestine. Nothing.
I know people who have been in Gaza who would say the exact same thing as me. Would you tell them to suck it up?
No, I'm telling them that I'm not going to. If
You're
you were
telling
to
them
force
their
me at
issues,
gunpoint,
their genocide is
no,
less
I'm not
important?
telling them that. You're being disingenuous. What I'm saying is that they are having an emotional response, an understandable one. Okay, that's not a mean thing to say. I'm not accusing them of being stupid. I'm saying they're having an emotional response. A very, very understandable one, because a lot of people who have people that they love. No, I'm not dismissing them. No, you're being a piece of shit. I'm not dismissing them. I'm not dismissing them. I'm saying that Palestine does not get better under Trump. But things get a hell of a lot worse for Americans under Harris. Under Trump. And they get a hell of a lot better under Harris. This is not forsaking one issue for another like you're doing.
I mean, it is.
No, it's not. You're doing that. You are doing that. You are saying all or nothing. You are saying these are my chips. Abortion's on the table. There's one. Trans rights are on the table. There's another. Gay rights are on the table. There's another. Medicare. There's another. All kinds of things are on the table. And you're pushing that into the table saying, I'm all in.
I'm sorry,
Fix
but
Palestine or all these rights are forsaken to me. That's what you're doing. Whether you like it or not.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
You are forsaking all of those other rights.
Would you say you're like capitulating the issue of Palestine on the ballot box?
No!
Okay, why not?
Because nothing changes. If nothing changes in Palestine under Harris versus Trump, I'm not forsaking anything. I'm recognizing the very simple fact that nothing's going to change one direction or the other for Palestine.
Wait, but just to like be extra clear, you would say Harris and Trump, like their policies on Palestine are like equally bad?
No, I didn't say that. You did, but I'm capitulating that argument to you.
Would you say that? Okay.
Would I say that? No, I think that Kamala Harris will be far and away better than Trump for
that's insane.
For Palestine.
I'm sorry.
You can think that's insane if you want. I think it's insane to forsake abortion rights, gay rights, trans rights, welfare rights, all these rights.
For the issue of genocide?
Nothing changes! Get this through your thick fucking skull. Nothing changes in Palestine for the good under a Trump presidency. Those are your two options. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Jill Stein is not coming to save your ass or any of the ass of the Palestinians.
No one's talking about Jill Stein, but you
would agree I am. Because you're talking about either voting third party or not voting.
Do you believe Harris can be pressured?
Yes.
How is Harris going to be pressured?
I've already explained this through protest.
What does that mean?
If you don't think that protest pressures them, you're just saying the protests don't matter.
No, they do matter because
they do matter. So then we agree that they pressure them, right? We agree that they're a show of force that pressures the liberals into capitulating on Palestine, right?
What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Is it a show of force or not? Is it pressure or not?
It is a show of force, but
is it pressure? Is it pressure?
I think
it's pressure. I think that those protests matter.
The thing that we're disagreeing on is it's a show of force, but it's a show of force of what type of leverage. They're showing they have leverage, but what type of leverage?
Then they should just go on Discord and talk about it. They can just talk about it on Discord.
What does that mean?
They can just talk about it on Discord. They can participate in polls and talk about it on Discord. They don't have to go protest.
What does that mean?
Why would they protest? Why would they waste all that time and energy and manpower going to protest?
Because
they can just talk about it on Discord. The show of force is not voting, right? The show of force is saying you're not going to vote. You can do that in a poll.
Yeah.
You can talk about that on Discord and do that in a poll. You don't have to go out in public and say that.
That's infinitely.
You don't have to do that at a protest.
Like powerful. That's infinitely less powerful.
Why?
And also, these people.
Why?
Because nobody looks at polls.
Because a protest is more pressure. Right?
What do you mean by pressure? How is it pressuring somebody?
We both agree that protest pressure, right?
But how?
You said it's a show of force.
I agree. But like so the thing that we're disagreeing on, when I say show of force, it's showing that they are willing to use
that you're willing to disrupt the status quo by blocking up roads, not going to class, making a scene, making it clear that people are not happy under your current administration.
So
right?
What if Harris just ignores all that?
She could, but her public perception will dip. And then she will hopefully be primaried next election.
How would it dip? Like, what do you mean by that?
People just like her less. What do you mean? People see protesting in the streets. They feel this. They feel the sting of.
People like her less. What do?
They tend not to look favorably upon her. And then
they tend
hopefully
not to vote for her, right?
And guess what? They can tend not to vote for her in the primary elections. Only stupid people would forsake every other right in a general.
Right now, she's able to ignore it without any consequence.
I mean, she could, but her public perception will dip. And then she.
What happens when her public perception dips?
In reality, in this upcoming election, yes, she would lose votes to Donald Trump by simply ignoring important issues. You're correct. Because she has to show the public. She has to show the public. Shut the fuck up. She has to show the public that she cares about the issues that they care about. Yes. So she would lose votes to Donald Trump at this point in time. Just go vote for Trump then. Go vote for Trump. That'll help more. Go vote for Trump.
Lose votes from who? Like what voting group?
She's going to, from the people who would have voted for her. The people who, generally, it's going to be centrists who are going to flip and turn for vote for Trump. People who are voting for people who would typically vote for Kamala Harris, and then look at her unfavorably.
Sorry, just like when you say centrist, you mean, is that like from like a pro-Israel perspective?
That's from a political perspective. People who say that they're moderate voters.
Is she alienating pro-Israel or pro-Palestine people when she arrests people, when she arrests protesters?
She's alienating pro-Palestine people, obviously, but they're not they're not a big enough demographic for her to respond in a major way.
They are a big demographic. Like in Michigan, what is it? 15% of the people voted uncommitted. That's unprecedented.
Do you want Trump to get elected? Is that your goal?
What?
Is your goal for Trump to get elected? Or do you recognize that would be objectively worse? Do you recognize that would be objectively worse? Do you recognize that a Trump presidency would be objectively worse than a Kamala Harris presidency? Domestically, yes. Okay, good. So net gain for Kamala Harris, right? If she's president.
Wait, but
you can call it tiny. You can call it infinitesimally small because I know that abortion rights don't matter that much to you. So you can call it small, but it's a gain, yes, over Trump.
It's pretty small. Wait, but
it's not small. Why the fuck are you calling abortion? You're minimizing the rights of entire swaths of people.
I'm sorry.
50% of the United States.
2 million people are in Gaza right now. And another 2 million in the West Bank, and then
guess how many people lose abortion access? Syria, okay, you're a big numbers guy. Guess how many people lose abortion access under a Trump presidency? Guess.
How many?
200 million.
Numbers help me.
Okay, because that's how many people live in the United States. 400 million. So half of those people lose access to abortion and could potentially die as a result.
We were so close to nuclear war because Israel attacked the Damascus embassy, the Iranian Damascus embassy. That was an attack on sovereign Iranian territory. Do you remember that? That was
what are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Do you remember back in I want to say January when Israel bombed the Iranian Damascus embassy? Do you remember that?
What about it?
That was an attack on sovereign Iranian territory, and then Iran and
what does
Israel
this have to do with what we're talking about?
No, nuclear war.
Does this make Trump better than Kamala Harris?
No, it means
okay. Then I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
No, it means the Palestinian issue affects everybody because
I know it affects everybody.
Nuclear power.
I know it affects everybody. I'm pro-Palestine.
Israel, but I'm saying in just a sense of nuclear war.
Okay, what does that have to do with Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump? What does that have to do with that?
We were talking about numbers, right? You said 200 million, and then
you were talking about numbers. That's why I brought that up.
Okay, and my numbers.
Do you think we're more likely to go into nuclear warfare under a Democratic presidency than under a Republican one?
No, I think it depends on Israel. I think it depends on Israel.
What depends on Israel?
Because Israel is a nuclear country.
Going into nuclear war?
Sorry?
You're saying whether or not we go into nuclear war depends on Israel?
Yeah, because Israel is a nuclear country. If it fires off nuclear missiles at Iran...
You're not stopping that. Let's say you're correct. You're not stopping that by withholding Kamala Harris's vote.
You stop that by pressuring, by making it an issue.
Which you can do with protest. We've already been around this block.
But
you disrupt the status quo. That's pressure.
We went through this before, and it always comes. We went through this dialogue tree, and it always comes down to she alienates pro-Palestinian voters by arresting protesters, and that creates kind of pressure, leverage.
You're not going to pressure her with your vote.
How? I mean, sorry, we went through this.
Because there's
pretty
just you simply don't have the numbers.
We do.
No,
Totally
you don't.
do.
And if you do, that just by the way, if you do, that means Trump wins. So congratulations.
So Harris should adopt a better Palestine policy.
You're right. She should. Okay. But I'm not going to forsake all of the other rights that I care about for that possibility.
But you would forsake Palestine.
If your strategy is, hey, let's withhold our vote until like the very last second, right?
And what do you mean until the very last second?
Like just so that to make sure Kamala Harris wins, we'll pretend that we're not voting for her.
Then
Why
what's
not
the
do
point
that?
of saying? What's the point of saying I'm not going to vote for Harris?
To pressure her.
To pressure her, but like
Yes.
behind my back.
She doesn't have
I
to know.
always say,
Nobody has
you
to know. Nobody has to know. Publicly say that
So it has to
you're
be-
not going to vote for her.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to joke about this. Like,
No,
this is
I'm not
such a-
joking. No, wait. What's wrong with the strategy?
No, that is a joke. That is a joke.
No,
That
just
is a joke, and it's
organize.
not funny.
No, just organize a large group of people to say we're not going to vote for Kamala Harris unless she switches her views on Palestine, and then at the last second just vote instead.
That's
Like,
either a
just vote for
joke
Kamala
or
Harris.
you're just immensely stupid. I'm sorry, but I just have to say that.
Why
That's
wouldn't that
either
work?
a joke or you're immensely stupid.
But why? But that's still pressuring her, right? She thinks that you're not going to vote for her. You
And that's
recognize
why
that things
it's
are
pressure.
objectively better. Yes, you think she thinks she doesn't have to know what your vote was, man. Your vote's not attached.
So-
Like it's technically attached to her name, but she can't
I'm sorry,
see that.
I'm not engaging with this because this is just like an insane talking point.
Why?
I'm sorry, but like I'm not engaging with that.
Why? That's still pressure. Wouldn't that still be pressure?
No, that's insane. That's insane. And okay,
Why would that not be
actually,
pressure?
What if someone says in this like weird little pro-Palestine cabal, they just randomly say on Twitter, "Oh, by the way, I'm voting for Harris. It's just all one big plot." Then
Then
all
you
that
oust them. You just
pressure
say,
just goes
okay,
away.
you're not with us anymore.
Okay, I'm not engaging with that because that's just such a
But-
stupid joke about genocide. I'm sorry, but you're
this is
missing
why
right
I'm
about
saying,
genocide. You do understand.
and I'm talking
right?
about losing access to a bunch of rights domestically.
Like, I know doctors.
I
who
know
are
you
in
don't care about
community.
those rights. I know that those rights mean nothing to you. Okay, I get
Like,
it, but
you
they
said,
mean
like,
something to me,
half
so I'm
of
going
this
to
shit
vote.
To some of the people I know, they would punch you in the mouth. I hope you know that.
Okay,
Oh my
they're
god.
free to try it, and I'm still correct, even if they punch me. This is an emotional reaction. That's what it is. And I can recognize where it's coming from, and
But
that it's
the
coming
issue
from a
is-
good
but
place,
the
and you're
issue
not a
is
bad person.
we-
But recognize that
I'm
this is
sorry.
an emotional response.
So we just go down the dialogue tree of political pressure, and it always comes down to the point. It's political pressure.
It always comes
because
down to the
Kamala
point that you
Harris-
pressure her
Kamala-
by withholding the rights of other groups of people. That's what
She's
you are
withholding
doing.
the rights of other people. She's
No,
withholding the
she's
rights of other
not.
people.
She's in
Yes,
favor
she
of
is.
those
if
rights.
She says, okay, if she says, if you want to vote, if you don't want to vote for me, just vote for Trump. That's what she said when those protesters came in at one of her rallies. That's what she said. That is what she is doing.
And guess what the
Putting
stakes are?
The rights of queer people hostage because she wants to massacre Arabs. That is what is happening.
I'm sorry, like you have the voting power.
Exactly. I have
You know the
voting power.
stakes.
I have the power to put leverage on Kamala.
So you're
I
at
have
the mercy
power
of
to
your
put pressure.
betters. You're at the mercy of your betters. We all
My
are.
betters?
We all
What do you
always
mean?
have been. That's what living in capitalism means, to live at the mercy of your betters. Okay? There are things that you do not have control over. One of those things is Palestine. You simply, none of us have control over what the
That is a
figureheads above us.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
No, it's
if you
not.
don't make it
We-
an issue, it will never change. If you
Yes,
don't make
and
it a
it can
voting
be an
issue,
issue
it
through
will never
protest.
change.
We're just
Are we
going down
gonna
the
go
same
down
dialogue
this
tree.
again?
You don't think that protest by
and
itself is pressure.
It always comes out. You always.
You
it
don't know.
always
You
comes
don't
out as,
think that protest
she will
is pressure.
alienate pro-Palestine voters, and that is the leverage.
You don't think that protest is pressure. You don't think that disrupting the status quo, blocking up
Wait, I'm sorry, but I
walkways
never
to
said that.
classes at
I never
colleges.
said that.
Okay, then
I
you
never
think that
said
that's
that.
pressure, right? You think that's pressure, right?
That
Let's
is
say you block
pressure.
a major highway. That's pressure. Okay, that's pressure.
The purpose of a
So
protest, the purpose of a protest is a show of force.
that's a show of force. Blocking a road?
So what do you
Getting
what do you
out
think
of
I
class on
mean by a
campus?
show of force? Wait, what do you define what a show of force is?
Apparently not voting.
No, define.
That's the only show of force that
for me.
exists.
No,
There are
define
many
it.
shows of force. It means that you are willing to use methods that will.
No, it's
I guess
to say.
I don't want to use the word force in a definition, but basically force the hand of the people in power.
No, it's just to say this is how many people are in my movement. This is how many people are willing to put pressure.
Forsake the rights of abortion. Forsake the rights of abortion.
That is what Kamala
and trans
Harris
rights and gay rights and welfare. No, Kamala Harris. No. And even if she is doing that, I'm sorry, that's just how this goes.
Even if she is doing that?
Oh, then what do you do? Even if she is doing, let's say that she is. Let's cede you that argument.
She is. That is
okay, she is holding it hostage. Right, got it. She is. Okay, let's say that she is. Now what?
You put pressure on her by not voting for her. She loses a very
And then you lose those rights anyway. You played yourself, dumbass. You played yourself.
Sorry, can you say that again? I didn't hear you.
You lose those rights anyway because Trump wins.
You lose those rights anyway?
Yes. So you can say that she's holding them hostage, this and that. Maybe she is, okay? I'm not like a diehard Kamala Harris stan. But what I am is smart and logical. And I understand that Kamala Harris is much better than Donald Trump.
So...
In every way.
The ultimate issue, not in every way, that's crazy. Palestine. Just, if you don't make Palestine an issue at the voting ballot, where are you going to make it an issue?
In protests.
And a protest is a show of force. Look at how many people are in my movement. And what will we do if you don't accede to our demands? We will not vote for you.
Okay, good luck with Trump. That's what she'll say to you, and then she'll move on. Because she knows that the other rights are too important, which you don't know. You don't know that, but she does. I know that your brain is smooth, but she knows that those other rights are important to people.
I don't know. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I don't know what?
Yeah, that those rights are very important. You don't appreciate how important. No, you don't. No, you don't appreciate just how important those rights are.
They don't compare to genocide. They don't compare to genocide. Period.
You want little girls in this country. You want little girls in this country to have fewer rights than their grandmothers did.
Do you want Arabs in Gaza dead? Like
no, but I recognize that whether or not I vote. No. You're not fixing anything. You're not fixing anything. You are virtue signaling. That's what you do when you withhold a Kamala Harris vote. You virtue signal. You don't fix anything. Nothing changes. What changes?
I have a question. Do you think it's possible for a ceasefire? Do you think that's like a remote possibility in any world?
She said that she wants a ceasefire. And she can only do that if she's in office.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything.
Then you don't trust her. Why do you trust her on anything then? Wait, why do you trust her on anything? Why do you trust her on anything? Do you trust her on anything?
Can I say something? So when
do you trust her on anything?
Can I say something?
I just want an answer to that.
Thank you. What do you mean? Do I trust her on anything?
On any issues? Do you trust that she's honest about any issues at all?
The issue with her saying I want a ceasefire is that she's not saying how we will get that. There have been.
Do you trust her on any issues?
There have been plenty of ceasefire proposals. Joe Biden had a ceasefire proposal. There was an Egyptian-Qatari brokered ceasefire right before Israel invaded Rafah. So all of these ceasefire proposals have failed in bringing about a ceasefire. So just my question is, why will Kamala Harris's ceasefire proposal be different?
I don't know that it will be, but I trust her a hell of a lot more than I trust Donald Trump. And I think that's the smart, rational conclusion.
So why... I'm sorry, let me just gather my thoughts. So why do you think those words matter then? The words from Kamala Harris, why do those words matter?
I believe that she cares about some issues some of the time, and that she's being honest some of the time. I don't know that she's going to be 100% honest on everything. No. This is my reasoning for voting for her, because I have reduced this down. I've already ceded to you that maybe she won't be any different than Joe Biden or any better than Donald Trump. But you've already ceded to me that Donald Trump would be exactly the same. Okay? Not better, the same. So if that's true, the only thing left to balance then, logically speaking, mathematically speaking, they cancel out on Palestine, right? They cancel each other out. So then what are the other issues to vote on? Domestic policy. And Kamala Harris has the better domestic policy, by far. Bar none, zero, there's no discussing it. End of story.
So I just want to go back to Kamala Harris.
It will save lives.
Ceasefire thing. How do you know that she's on it?
It will save lives.
You don't know her.
It will save lives. Voting for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump will save lives. Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that?
You're not answering my question.
Do you recognize that? You're not answering my question. This is my show, dipshit. Do you recognize that?
First.
Fine. What's your question?
Wait, I'll actually answer your question. Can you say it one more time?
Do you recognize? Shit, what was my... God damn it.
No, wait, I remember it now. I think not making Palestine an issue at the ballot box will hurt more lives. That's what I think.
No, do you recognize that lives will be saved with a Kamala Harris vote over a Donald Trump vote?
And then there's a third option, making Palestine an issue.
No, there's not a third option.
Box.
There's Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
There's
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You're looking for a better version of Kamala Harris. That's what you're looking for. You're not going to get that.
We should always do with our candidates.
Yes, you can do it by pressuring them, but she still needs to be president over Donald Trump. The other issues are too important to ignore. You're ignoring them. You keep saying that I'm ignoring Palestine. No, I'm not. You are ignoring the other issues.
I mean, you literally are, though.
No, you are literally ignoring the other issues because you're saying those are fine to potentially forfeit as long as we're pressuring Kamala Harris.
They do not compare to Palestine.
We've already taken that out of the equation.
And also, it's not just Palestine. It's also the Yemen war. It's also the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It's also Indonesia's genocide in West Papua. You know, it's just.
Have you listened to anything?
Issues. Wait, sorry. Can you say that one more time?
Have you listened to anything that I've said?
What do you want me to respond to?
We've already zeroed out in the equation that whether or not they are the same on Palestine, Trump will definitely not be better. So Harris is the option based on domestic policy alone. That is the end of this discussion. Like that's it. I'm not literally ending the discussion, but that to me that seems like the natural conclusion. Because you've already admitted that they're not going to be any different on Palestine, and Trump will certainly not be better. Do you think Trump will be better?
Wait, is this just like a numbers game? Like I'm just wondering. Like what, like in your mind?
When it comes to lives, yes. When it comes to human lives, yes. It does sometimes become a numbers game of how many you can save. You cannot save the Palestinians.
So foreign policy, infinitely more damage to people.
Under a liberal presidency than a Republican one? Than a conservative one?
No, same.
No, just it's the same. Got it. Okay, so they're the same, so we can exclude that from our equation. So what are we left with? We're left with the potential deaths of people, domestic... What? Should we stop?
I have a question.
Sure.
Would you like American foreign policy to change?
Yes, I would. But I recognize because you can still go out and pressure them without withholding a vote. What do you do for the other 3 years that are not an election? What do you do for the other 3 years?
You protest.
Yes!
So, but like...
Do you withhold votes?
So...
There's no votes to withhold, is there?
Well, you vote
So you do other shit. You can pressure people without withholding their vote.
Can I say something?
What?
So with like the foreign policy thing, we both want better foreign policy. I'm sure like plenty of people in your chat do as well.
Everybody does.
Not everybody.
No, everybody in my chat. Yes, sorry.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like in America.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Miscommunication. But the way you get better foreign policy is by making it an issue that you're voting for. Does that make sense? You make an issue at the ballot box.
But you've already conceded that they cancel out. That they're not any different. You don't think they're any different. So I can just exclude that from my equation.
Like if I end up voting for like like a transphobic candidate because I live in like, I don't know, fucking like Florida or something, and they're like the only like realistic candidate. It's two like transphobic guys, and one of them is like less transphobic or whatever. If I vote for them, I'm still surrendering that issue of trans rights because
Trans
I'm
people
not
in
saying.
the chat, who would you vote for? The less transphobic person or the more transphobic person? They're both transphobic.
But the thing is, if you want somebody with a good trans policy, a good foreign policy,
I am
you know,
trans,
which is
vote for the
something
less
that's important
transphobic
to me.
person. Yes, pressure
But,
them.
like-
You can pressure them without withholding votes. Like I said, you what do you do the other 3 years?
What do you
protest,
mean by
right?
political pressure?
Protesting.
What is a protest? What is a protest?
My God, dude, we've already
It's
been
a
around
show
this
of
block.
force. Yeah,
Yes.
we've been down it like 10 times, but I think the issue is we're drawing the different conclusions from that dialogue.
Politicians still respond to public pressure even when it's not election season.
Why?
They have to come out and make statements. They have to improve their image.
Why do they
Okay?
need to improve their
Strictly
image?
speaking, okay, strictly in my ideal society, that would be because they could get ousted easily at the snap of a finger. Okay? That's why I want them to care about their image. They care about their image because they understand that they might not be in office if they don't uphold their public image. Okay?
So they might
or
lose
they
votes,
could have
right?
Yes, they could lose votes, but right now you're sacrificing.
so-
No. You want enough votes to be lost so that Kamala Harris loses. That's what you are trying to hold over their head. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be enough. And you are going to sacrifice a lot of people's rights for the chance that Kamala Harris might, on the night before the election, say, you know what, actually, we're going to make a one-state solution for Palestine. Fuck Israel. Middle finger. Okay? That's what you're banking on. That's what you're banking on.
Wait. Can I say something? So
What?
I said this like quite a
It's
bit
not going to
before.
happen. I'm just saying.
Like,
It's not going to happen.
I said this quite a bit before. My issue with Kamala Harris isn't just that she's not doing enough, it's that she's not doing the bare minimum. So I've given you examples.
It's
of what
not
the bare
going to
minimum
happen
would look
before
like.
the election. It's not. All you're doing is helping Trump win.
But like, do you understand what I mean by the bare minimum?
Do you truly?
do you-
Okay, yes, I do. Do you truly believe that you can force her to agree to the bare minimum before the election ends?
What
Do
is
you
it?
believe that
Wait.
that's possible?
Wait, just so we're on the same page, what would you say the bare minimum is?
I don't know. It's the stuff that you said. My point is your version of the bare minimum, okay?
so-
Do you believe that that's possible for her to change her mind on that before the
Recognizing a
election?
Palestinian state?
Huh?
Like recognizing a Palestinian state?
Yes. Do you believe that it is possible for her to change her mind on that before the election?
Yes. Why
You
wouldn't
do?
it be?
By withholding enough votes?
Why wouldn't it be?
Okay, so you are gambling on that with your vote and risking the lives of a bunch of people domestically. You understand that, right?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
You are gambling. You are gambling that she will recognize Palestine as a state before the election, and the alternative is you withhold your vote along with a bunch of other people who withhold their votes, and then Trump wins. And guess who's definitely not going to recognize Palestine as a state? Your math does not add up.
But the issue is, why would the Democratic Party ever change their policies regarding to Israel foreign policy if there's no like consequence?
There is a consequence. It's called public
What
pressure.
is the consequence?
You're not
What does
going
that
to.
mean?
I'm telling you, the stakes aren't even worth it right now. Because you're doing this for the off chance, the very tiny, minuscule off chance that Kamala Harris, under a Biden presidency, who loves to lick the fucking feet and asshole of Netanyahu,
I'm sorry.
that
I'm
she will
sorry.
do that
When I-
while acting as his vice president, that she will recognize
sorry.
Palestine as a state. That's what you're banking
I'm sorry.
on. And you are
I'm sorry.
risking,
I think
risking lives
you
domestically.
misunderstood. I think you misunderstood, and I think I just had an issue like communicating this. When I said like recognize a Palestinian state, I didn't mean like right now. I mean like on the campaign trail. That was like a promise or something she said. I didn't mean like in office in the incumbent government. I'm sorry. I think that was just an issue of me communicating.
No, I'm telling you, you're not going to pressure her enough to do that. by withholding your votes.
Well,
okay?
in your world,
and even
you're
on
not
the
pressuring
in the
her at
off
all.
chance that you do, okay, it is not worth the gamble. That's what I'm saying.
But like in your strategy, there's no pressure, there's no consequence.
You are gambling with your vote. That's what you're doing.
Well,
so you can tell me that there's no consequences, but you're gambling with your vote. You're gambling a lot of people's rights, a lot of people's lives.
I'm sorry, but like for me, the number one issue is Palestine. So I'm
Great.
going to be voting like with
Then
Palestine.
don't vote, but
like,
recognize that you are withholding a vote for abortion rights, for trans rights, for women's rights, for gay rights, for Medicare, okay, for a lot of things that help a lot of people domestically. You are forsaking those things, okay, and an emotional response. That is what you are doing.
What do you mean by an emotional response?
An understandable reaction to the horrors that are occurring in Gaza. I've already explained this. Okay? That's why I don't yell at people typically who say they're not voting for Kamala Harris. But I get pretty fucking pissed off when people come to me and say, well, you shouldn't vote for her either, because otherwise you don't care about Palestine. Okay, you are saying that it is better to not vote for her because you think that that will pressure her.
No, wait.
Do you think that I should not vote for her?
Wait. No, I'm not saying that. So
you're not saying that. Okay, so then why should I not? So why would you not tell me that I should personally not vote for Kamala Harris? Are you spineless? Do you not believe in your values?
I'm sorry. No.
Okay, then you're saying that I should not vote for Kamala Harris, right?
No. I'm not telling anybody.
Why not? I clearly don't care about Palestine, right? I don't care, right?
Do you care about Palestine?
I do. Do you believe me?
Okay, then I think you should not care about. I mean, then
you think I
should
shouldn't
not
vote
for Harris.
Okay, so then you think that people who vote for Harris don't care about Palestine or don't care enough.
It's not your number one issue then.
No, you're saying that people who don't vote for Kamala Harris don't care about Palestine or don't care enough.
It's not your number one issue then.
You're saying they don't care enough. How much should I care? How much should I do I ought to care about Palestine right now?
I think it should be your number one issue.
Number one. Okay, so it should be it ought to be your number one issue, right?
Yeah.
So that means that if it's not your number one issue, something is amiss, yes?
What do you mean by something is amiss?
Something's wrong in my moral code if Palestine is not my number one issue, right?
I don't want to be making those judgments. I don't
No,
want to be...
you are making those judgments. That's what you're doing. You are, whether you recognize it or not.
Okay. Maybe.
Yes. That's my point.
Like I think we're diverting from the issue. It's just like political.
No, we're
pressure.
not.
And
This is the issue.
I just don't see how I don't know. Do you have something to say?
You're gambling with your vote.
I'm not gambling with my vote. What does that mean?
Yes, you are.
Gambling with
because
your vote.
you are trying. Okay. You think that people ought to have Palestine as their number one issue. You also say that people with their Palestine as their number one issue ought to not vote. That means, okay, through the whatever it's called, the basic math principle, law of equivalent exchange, whatever you want to call it, that means that you believe people ought not to vote for Kamala Harris, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you believe that. So people ought not to vote for Kamala Harris. That means that people who do vote for Kamala Harris are doing the wrong thing, right?
If your number one issue is Palestine, yeah.
And you think that it's doing the wrong thing by not having your number one issue be Palestine, right?
Yes.
Okay, therefore, people who vote for Kamala Harris are doing the wrong thing. So you want more people to not vote for Kamala Harris, right? The more the merrier, right?
Yeah, I think it.
Right, so then you think that people should not vote for Kamala Harris.
I have a question.
You want to hold the vote hostage.
I have a question.
You want to hold it hostage.
No, Kamala
yes,
Harris
you
is
do.
holding the vote hostage.
No,
let me just ask one
it doesn't
thing.
matter even if it's Kamala Harris. You
Can I
want
ask
to.
one thing?
That is your
Can I ask
goal.
one thing?
What?
Can I ask one thing?
What?
If like every Democratic voter in some like crazy alternate world said, "I will not vote for Harris," if she does not have like some sort of definitive policy regarding Palestine, do you think she would change?
I don't want to bank on that.
But
Why would
do
you
think
gamble
she
on that?
would
Why would
change?
you gamble? Well, let's say she doesn't. What
do you think-
happens? I'm not even going to gamble.
So you don't think she could change? You don't think she can be pressured?
Under a Joe Biden administration, I think it's very difficult. She should still be pressured, but I'm not going to hold the vote hostage. I'm not going to do it.
When I say like pressure her, I don't mean like her changing her position like while she is like vice president. I'm saying like on the campaign trail.
She is currently on the campaign trail and is still vice president.
Yeah, but I'm saying like making
so she can't. So
like,
any promises she's making as a president in the future, she's making right now as the vice president. She is espousing values under a Biden administration. It is very difficult to pressure her under that environment. And it's very unfortunate, but it just is. And the best way you're going to do it is not by withholding her vote, okay? First of all, you're not going to find nearly enough people to do it, so good luck. Second of all, even if you do find enough people to do it, you're holding hostage the rights of millions of people domestically. Tens of millions.
Kamala Harris is doing that. Kamala Harris.
You can say she's doing it, but if you had the power to do it, you say that you would gamble on those rights.
If Kamala Harris is saying, vote for me if you want queer and trans rights, and if you want the massacres in Gaza to stop, well, just vote for Trump then. If she is saying that, then she is holding those rights.
But she hasn't said that.
When she, you just made a video about it, like the when those
that was a very bad moment. She did not say she did not specifically say if you want the murders in Gaza to stop, to vote for Trump. She did not say that. That's a misrepresentation. She said if you want Trump to win. Unless you want Trump to win, be quiet or something like that. That's what she said.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was a very bad look, and I disagree with it entirely. And then she came out and corrected it.
What do you think the subtext of that is?
She came out and corrected herself.
What did she say? I'm not familiar with her correcting herself. What did she say?
She said the next time it happened, she said, "Listen, I care about what you have to say about Palestine."
I mean,
we will talk about it. And she even went and talked to the what is it called? The one organization.
Uncommitted?
Uncommitted. She went to talk to them.
Uncommitted movement?
Yeah.
But like the issue is like she didn't even like let them,
you need to understand.
They weren't able to speak at the DNC.
There are very powerful groups at play that go beyond Kamala Harris. She has her hands tied in a lot of ways. Okay? It's very unfortunate. But between AIPAC, Israel, the Biden administration, the conservatives, all of them, okay?
That's why
they have a lot of power in this matter. They have a lot of power.
That's why I used Keir Starmer as an example, like an old school labor Zionist. And he is like...
Who caused the Republicans to win, right? That guy?
I'm sorry? Keir Starmer?
Is that the guy?
What do you mean? Is he the guy?
The guy who ran third party and pulled a bunch of votes away from the Democrat and made Nixon win.
No, Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister in Britain today.
Oh, sorry. I don't know names.
Like, it's totally cool. He's like an old school labor Zionist. He has done what I would call the bare minimum. He has said he will not fight the arrest warrants for Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu.
We've talked about this. Kamala Harris has her hands tied.
You forgot.
No, I did not. I've remembered every second of this conversation.
That's why I'm using Keir Starmer as an example. He's an old school.
We've already talked about these examples.
He's very similar to Kamala Harris, like politically.
Okay. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with Kamala Harris. I can't claim to know. Maybe she's making these decisions on her own. Okay. I don't know what her true policy position is, what her internal monologue is when it comes to Palestine. But what I do know is that I'm not comfortable holding votes hostage for her in order to for the chance for her to change on Palestine before the election's up. It's not worth the risk. Because the alternative is that Donald Trump wins. He will be worse for Palestine, and you can think that he won't, but he will. All right? And he'll also be worse, way worse, domestically. I'm not giving up abortion rights, trans rights, gay rights, women's rights, Medicare rights, what else? Social Security. Okay? All these progressive things that we've worked for decades, centuries even, some of them. Not going to put that on the table. Not happening.
And they are all eclipsed by genocide. I'm sorry, but that's just like the reality.
Listen,
can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm trying to think. I don't think we're going to come to an agreement on this. I think that it's fine that you're not voting for Kamala Harris. I still think that it's an emotional response, okay? But I'm not going to sit here and be told that I don't care enough about Palestine to withhold my vote. All right? It's not worth the risk. I've done the math.
I'm sorry, but I don't even think you're that, like, educated on Palestine, to be, like, completely honest.
Okay. I can't deal with the condescension. I can't do it anymore. Ay, ay, ay. By the way, I'm not educated enough on Palestine. I don't know much about what's going on over there. Yeah, I really don't. I know that's horrific. I know that it's wrong. And I know that Kamala Harris should pledge to do something about it. That's the morally correct thing to do. But I can't sit here and be told that, like, because that was the implication. He wouldn't just spine up and say it, but that's the implication, is that you're a worse person for not voting for Kamala Harris. Or sorry, for voting for Kamala Harris than I am for not voting for her. Because I care about Palestine more. You know, and I tried to end that cordially because I'm not... I feel a little bad for banning him from the Discord, but I'm just... Should I unban him from the Discord? I don't know. I don't know. I feel bad. I don't like tearing into somebody like that because clearly he cares about Palestine. But, like, I can't handle it. I can't handle the condescension. I can't handle the virtue signaling, this posturing that something's going to change because you don't vote for the clearly more progressive candidate. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It does not add up. Leave him banned. I'll let the mods decide. Mods have decided to leave him banned. It was long overdue. Okay, the mods are confirming my decision. He's a genocide bad concern troll. I feel like I could have done a little bit better on, like, what the protests do. But I think I eventually got there. Yeah, my human rights are not a poker chip, exactly. If you're okay with Trump winning, you don't care about Palestinians. Yeah, I just, like, anybody who's educated enough understands that Trump would absolutely be worse. Like, why would you trust conservatives with that shit? It doesn't make a lick of sense. And these people want power that's simply not there. Or sorry, what's the meme? They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. How would that guy be responsible? I'm saying if he had the option, he would want as many people to not vote for Kamala Harris as possible in order to pressure her, at the risk of her not being pressured enough. That is a gamble he is willing to take. That is his worldview. Like, if he had the power to make it so that enough people don't vote for Kamala Harris unless she recognizes Palestine as a state before the election, he would do that. Okay? And I don't agree. I think that is a bad thing to do, to gamble on that. You're forsaking a lot of rights by doing that. You're sending, like, we have to beat fascism, guys. Okay? I should have said that during the debate. Trump is a fascist. We have to defeat fascism. Sorry. Liberal democracies are not great overseas, historically speaking. But fascism has, historically speaking, been a lot worse. I linked in Stream General. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, that one. Classic. Done untold damage to the Bernie Bros and the never voters. There's always the third option, guys, between Hitler and Super Hitler. Are you making a joke? That is to rebel and fight and sacrifice our comfortability for our morals. Okay, start by not paying... You know what I should have said? I should have said, hey, start by not paying taxes. Do you pay taxes? God damn it, how did I miss that argument? Freddy Krueger, are you being serious? It's a funny name, by the way. I like it. The debate was taxing enough. I feel like I'm not done. I feel like I still got some more juice in me. Yeah, we sided with Stalin. That's basically lesser Hitler. Where's the Elden Ring gameplay? Maybe. I'm sorry, no, I don't mean not just voting. Just not voting. Well, I mean, Freddy Krueger, if you want to come on and like talk about why you think we shouldn't vote, you can. Anybody who disagrees with me, like in the chat right now, speak now and I'll pull you in. If you think that you have a better argument than that guy did, I will pull you in. Jackbox? Nah. If anything, I'll do some gaming. Sorry, my nose is just... Didn't Stalin kill more than Hitler? I don't know if... I don't... I feel like his... Wasn't his killing like indirect and people attribute that to him? Like Hitler's was pretty big. And very direct. It's not it's not comparable? Okay, yeah, let's not compare. Yeah, the ones who died in the USSR was due to famines. Yeah, Stalin made worse and over a longer period. So basically, it's like a direct killing versus indirect bad policy, which leads to death. I don't know why he was so against the last-minute voting idea. I thought, that, like, at first I was like, is this smart? But then I'm like, was that a stroke of genius? Because I'm between that was really stupid and that was a stroke of genius. Like, I doubled down on it and I stuck to it, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. Don't listen to chat. Even in absolute numbers, Hitler killed significantly more than Stalin. Okay. I'm gonna table that and say Hitler, probably very bad, okay? Stalin, also pretty bad, but he was not Hitler. We're gonna put Hitler, like, right there. And we'll put Stalin, like, you know, somewhere below that. I don't see why that wouldn't work. It's not like she can meaningfully figure out if a given person voted for her. I guess they would need inside guys, right? Like, they would have to get inside and figure... Like, somebody would have to leak it, basically. Which I guess is possible. But at the same time, it's not like they could objectively prove it. Unless, well, I guess if they recorded meetings. I don't know. It'd be tough to organize. But, like, according to their logic, they should just vote Trump then. Like, make it even worse for them, right? That's another argument I could have gone with. Red dot. Oh, yeah. Works more on an individual level than as a group. That's true. Yeah, just take the extra step. Go full acceleration. It's true. Okay. I'm going to take a very brief break. And I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You got any good reactions or? Any good React content? 30 minutes.
Like as a woman watching.
I think that I did really well at the end when I was like, toward the end when I was like, sorry, I'm a little high. Jeez. I think I did pretty well at the end when I was like, listen, you think that as many people as possible should not vote Democrat. That's what you're trying to accomplish. Excuse me. Like, that's what you're trying to accomplish. And so the idea is, yes, we are wanting Trump to win. Like, we are threatening a Trump victory in order to have the chance that Kamala Harris changes her position on Palestine. And I'm sorry, it's just not worth that. I think hitting that point scored me the victory. He just kept circling back around to other talking points he thought he could win on. I'm an anarchist who feels like voting is forcing my opinion on people. However, most people don't have this problem to say go vote. I still think you should vote. Like, voting isn't forcing your opinion on people. It's only doing, like, it's only, like, if you believe, by the way, sometimes it's good to force your opinion on people who don't want it, okay? Take conservatives, for instance. They don't want free healthcare. Force it on them. Make them have it. Make them love it. Okay? Yeah, force it on them. At the end of the day, the amount of change from pressure that making the Democrat lose just isn't enough to lose on all other rights. Look how Democrats did it when they lost in 2016. They didn't suddenly switch to Bernie-style politics the next election. Exactly. But we did have to deal with Trump for 4 years. Yeah, I should have said that too. There's a lot of shit that I should have said. I personally can't. Oh, okay. Well, if you can't. Yeah, if someone thinks it's okay to kick disabled puppies, it's okay to force your opinion. They should stop. True. But NBPAL said they literally can't vote, so. Hydrate? Yeah, I probably should. Hold on one second. God, I'm so nervous about that fucking cavity. Yeah, vote Coconut Party. Let me see what Matt Walsh has been up to. Matt Walsh got mad at white people tacos. I did see that. It's frustrating how Alex sometimes responds while not understanding a point, but then gets time to process the point and continues the discussion as if he conceded it. I don't think that's what's happening. Is that happening? I don't think that is. Are you gaslighting me? I mean, sometimes, okay, I do have ADHD, so sometimes I need to like back up and listen to the point again. But like, I'll back up and say, hey, I didn't catch that, or I didn't absorb it. Can you repeat that? The cat toy's just evenly tracing the curtain. Yeah, I always need to fix its positioning so that it's on the floor. What's the necklace? This is the Sunny from One Piece. Love One Piece. Major updates on One Piece today. I don't know. I don't feel like I'll give good commentary right now. Maybe we should just do mindless things. What should we do? Jackbox? I don't feel like Jackbox. Here, let's find somebody. Okay, who's somebody that's like terrible and like even a brainlet could respond to their points well? Because that's where I'm at. I mean, Matt Walsh is there too, but... Ben Shapiro? He speaks too fast for me. Yeah, easy conservatives to bully. Who was that one guy who was like super... I just watched a video about Nick Fuentes. He's pretty egregious. Yeah, this Nick Fuentes guy is pretty bad. Check the juice box. I like that, the juice box. I don't know. I looked at the juice box. Like, there's this 30-minute video. You could try. That's a long one. Fuck it. We'll try it. Okay, we'll try this. Okay, I'm a little bit high once again, not too high, mind you, but a little bit. And I just finished up a debate, so my brain is a little bit not firing on all cylinders. Nonetheless, I am going to try to give the people what they want. The juice! The juice! Australia caves to trans insanity featuring Sydney Watson. I've heard that name. That is a name that I've definitely heard, and it's not in a good way. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
As a woman watching all of this unfold, I'm actually very distressed because I can see how much we are accelerating with this stupidity.
Australia is...
How high? I'm 186. How high? Like 3 feet? You're all so funny.
Losing its mind. A huge update
like
on that
much.
City Council free speech case and a truly bloodthirsty communist TikTok.
Ah, loud. Don't like how loud that was.
All this and so much more is coming up on today's episode of the Brad vs. Everyone podcast, my daily show where I take on the
there's something up.
Craziest ideas from
not gonna
across
comment
the
on his
internet and
looks.
Across our politics, all from a center-right, independent
I'm trying to
perspective.
be better about that.
If you're new here, please do consider subscribing and sticking around, and do comment with your thoughts as we go along. I do pick a few comments to respond to in every episode, and I do read the comments, so I always love to hear your thoughts. And if you leave your comment with a super chat, I'll definitely read it on the next show. Reminder, guys, you can check out the merch that I just...
Why does he look like that? I'm telling you, there's something about, like, evil people. There is something. It's very intense. Yes, thank you. It is very intense.
Dropped. Your math isn't mathing. Your Delulu is showing.
Clearly
and
been
more
mewing.
at the link in the description. And now, let's get into our first topic for today, which is a truly insane story out of Australia that we've got to break down with the help of our friend, YouTuber, and Aussie political commentator, Sydney Watson. So Sydney, some insane stuff is going down in your homeland, down in Australia. We've got to talk about a case, Tickle versus Giggle, about a trans...
Whoever carved this dude's face forgot to sand down the edges. Stop! You heathens.
Woman who
How
took
dare
to the
you
courts
take the
to try to
low-hanging
force their
fruit.
way onto a female-only app. I know you have a lot of thoughts on this. First,
Ad
I want to
homs.
play you some
Chat's full of
swooning
ad
coverage
homs.
that really paints Tickle out to be this heroine, I guess you'd have to say, in their coverage. Take a listen to this from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, ABC.
It's a fight Roxanne Tickle says stole 3 years of her life.
There is so much hate and bile cast on trans and gender diverse people simply because of who we are.
In 2021, she joined the women-only social networking app Giggle, submitting a selfie assessed by AI to be...
Oh, I heard about this. The transphobes lost their little dating app, right? Because it was transphobic as shit. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Female. But that was later manually overridden, and her account was restricted. Ms. Tickle sued the app's founder, Sal Grover.
Wait, the AI clocked her as female?
Yeah.
In 2021, she joined the women-only social networking app Giggle, submitting a selfie assessed by AI to be female. But that was later manually...
Yeah, she was assessed by AI. Yeah, the thing that they fucking trusted. Yeah. Sorry, hey, that's an L on you guys' part. Turns out AI ain't as smart as you fucking think.
Overridden, and her
Call it
account was restricted.
AS,
Ms. Tickle sued the app's
artificial
founder, Sal
stupidity.
Grover, claiming discrimination on the basis
good
of
one.
gender identity. She has a birth certificate stating her gender as
That it is.
female and has undergone gender-affirming surgery. Giggle's legal team considered sex to mean the sex of a person at birth. Today, a judge said those arguments were contrary to 30 years of precedent.
Let's go!
Those cases established that in its ordinary meaning, sex is changeable.
Unfortunately, it is
True.
the judgment we anticipated, and the fight for women's rights in Australia continues.
Get wrecked, get wrecked.
There had been indirect...
That's not women's rights. If you're actually concerned about women's rights, go after actual things that are happening, like restriction on abortion access. Like go after, like, there's so many different women's rights causes you can fight for. You know, like treatment in healthcare settings. You know how terribly women get treated in healthcare settings a lot of the time? Like, fight for that. You know, fight for proper punishment of doctors that don't treat women correctly. You know, anything besides this stupidity.
Gender identity discrimination against Roxanne Tickle because she was excluded from using the app after Giggle staff, in their view, determined she did not look sufficiently female.
I brought my case to show trans people that you can be brave.
I would love for somebody to describe to me in great detail how she does not look female. You know? Like, what are you going to say? That she's too ugly? Or something? Like that's all that you have.
And that you can stand up for yourself.
I think that this judgment sends the message that we want an inclusive...
What about this person? How do we know this person's female, huh? Huh? How do you know?
inclusive society in which all can participate, and that includes trans people as well as people who have a range of sexual orientations.
The judge declined to order an apology as requested, saying it would be devoid of sincerity. For now, the app remains
Get wrecked,
offline.
dude.
Jamie McHugh.
The judge was like, "Oh, you want an apology?" He's talking about the judge that like passed down this one, right? And they were like demanding an apology from him, and he's like, "Nah, fuck that."
ABC News, Sydney.
So, Sydney, is Roxanne Tickle the heroine of this story?
Well, apparently, according to the ABC, yeah.
Queen, slay queen.
I don't know how they could have made that broadcast and put that little bit together seriously and spoken
there was
about
nothing
this in
wrong
the
with
way
it.
that they did with a straight face. But it goes to show. So I think that one of the things...
Why not? Why not? I would love to know why not.
That's really, really depressing about any situation that unfolds like this that pertains to a trans-identified male who goes into female spaces and then complains when women are not interested in having that trans-identified male there, is that they when women are not interested in having that
This is not a real problem. Like, this doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And when it does, guess what? It's usually somebody clocking somebody else as trans, and usually that person is actually cis. It's just like this whole ideology is poisoning the brains of people all over the country.
Identified male there
all
is
over the
that
world.
They will rally all
Apparently.
these additional women around them. And I don't understand how these women are incapable of understanding the viewpoint of the women who are cross about this. Like, they act as if you have some sort of massive, I don't know, mental issue, that you're not that clever, that you're just a bigot, that you're just all these things. And it's like, no, we want to protect our female spaces. We want to, make sure that our female spaces are for females. Like,
there's no data that suggests that trans people are a threat to women in any capacity. None. Not in any significant capacity.
I don't know why this is
They're
so
not a
complicated
disproportional
for
threat.
them.
It's just transphobia.
Yeah, it is weird because you'd think that they'd understand. So the point of this app, guys, Giggle, is
there's not like a epidemic of like men dressing up as women and going into women's spaces and hurting them. It's simply not happening. Trans women are women.
Simply to be for female-only connections and groups and spaces, right? And obviously a trans woman is somebody who is biologically male. Now, I
mean, they could be. They could also biologically have transitioned to female through medical practice, because that's the thing that we can do now. It's pretty cool.
I have so many problems with this story that I struggle to even know where to begin. But one of them is like, why is this trans person trying to force their way into a space they're not wanted? That's something from...
It's not even just a space. It's just being provided the same rights as other women. They want to be a woman. She wants to be a woman. Like, what's wrong with that? Cis women want to be women, and they're like, nobody questions them. Okay? Like, just treat her like a woman.
From within the LGBT community, I've never understood.
You could use exactly the same argument for race, by the way. I just don't understand why black people would want to be forcing their way into a space they're not welcome in. It's like, okay, let's just reinstitute all the whites-only establishments, right? The exact same logic.
Understood the gay couple that went and hounded that Christian baker and said, "You will bake me a wedding cake."
Oh, so we're doing some homophobia too.
I don't want someone to bake a wedding cake who doesn't believe in my wedding for me. And I also wouldn't want to be in a space that I'm not welcomed in, or that the owners tried to create specifically not for me.
Okay, whites only spaces. Good job.
That's a mentality that I don't understand, and I don't understand why people are so quick to use...
Well, see, I only serve wedding cakes to white people. I don't serve wedding cakes to interracial couples. That's not a thing that I do here. I'm protected by my religious freedom to do that, right? That's how discrimination spreads. That's how intolerance spreads. You cannot tolerate intolerance in a tolerant society. You can't do it. It spreads like a fucking disease.
Use someone engaging in that kind of behavior as some sort of brave or heroic figure when they're essentially just pestering other people.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And I think the frustration that I had in this case was listening to the judge. I don't know if you watched the judge's full remarks, but there were so many things that the judge said in this case that were just certifiably wrong.
I'd love to know.
And it was so bizarre to listen to him reference existing legislation, or, try to interpret what already existed, and then come to the conclusion that sex is changeable. That basically he sort of chastised the Giggle side of things, and basically called them out because they don't consider Roxanne Tickle a woman or female. Oh, and then I'm sure that you've come into contact with this, but one of the things that he said...
No, the judge did recognize Tickle as a woman, right?
He called them out. Sex is changeable. Try to interpret what already existed, and then come to the conclusion that sex is Giggle side of things, and basically called them out because they don't consider Roxanne Tickle a woman.
I don't understand. She's saying that the judge didn't consider Roxanne Tickle a woman, but the judge ruled in favor of Roxanne. I don't understand.
Or female. Oh, and then I'm sure that you've come into contact with this, but one of the things that he said was that Roxanne Tickle is in fact a woman, because it's designated on Roxanne Tickle's birth certificate. There's an F there, which apparently means that now you're also female. But I mean, forget the biology of the situation. Forget the fact that Roxanne Tickle has in every...
If she was if she was medically transitioning, then yes, she could align closer to female than male, yes.
Way, shape, and form.
And also, we correlate... Okay, so there's no Zero reason at all for the government to know what your sex organs are. Zero. That is an arbitrary thing, an arbitrary letter that we put on a birth certificate and on legal documents. It's just arbitrary. There's no reason for it. Okay? Zero. It usually is used to indicate gender. Okay? Your gender is female. Okay? Because those two are conflated very often in a legal sense. So, yes, even if she is not technically medically female, right? You can still assign the F label because that's referring to gender, not sex. Okay, nobody's going to come and do a genital inspection on you or check your chromosomes, which your chromosomes also might not be XX, mind you. Okay, you don't know because you haven't checked them, I bet. So, you know, nobody's going to come and do that. So we're referring to the gender, not the sex, with that F.
All of the characteristics of a male. Forget
But
all
you
of
might
that,
also
right?
be
As long as
closer
that
to
little
female.
F exists, that's what counts. And it's just
Yeah,
so
I mean, if I
maddening
changed
to
my
me.
birth certificate to say that I'm a cat, I wouldn't become a cat. It's just a piece of paper at the end of the
Right.
day.
I mean, you have to kind of consider too, like
He's
how
so smart.
psychotic
That
it
guy's
is
smart.
not only in Australia but just across the board.
Cats don't get fucking birth certificates, dipshit. Women do.
You can change these pieces of documentation to reflect a state of being that you don't actually have. Like female and male are pretty binary
I love it when they compare trans people to animals. That's really cool of them to do. I love it when they do that.
designations. You can't just decide that you're going to be one or the other, get your paperwork changed, and then go, look, here. I always think about the example when people say, like,
They don't hate trans people, by the way. They just compare them to
The way
animals.
that medical staff treat a male or a female is very different because our bodies are different. It's crazy to me that
That depends on the medical staff. And trans women still go and get, the proper medical care that they need. Okay? And the only people who should be concerned about that is the doctors. That shouldn't be on a legal document. Okay? If you go into the doctor's office and say, hey, there's something wrong with my balls, and you're a trans woman, the doctor should just say, okay, either one, okay, let's take a look, or two, I'm not qualified to deal with that. Those are the two responses. Okay? But only they get to know that. Okay? What's going on down there, or genetically, is nobody's business but you and your healthcare professionals.
people are acting as if we're just, all gray amoeba people walking around exactly the same biologically. It's just madness.
Yeah, when
On
I
some
first
scales, we might
encountered
as
the
well be
idea
the
of
same.
trans, I was in college, and they said, well, sex is different from gender, right? People have a sex,
True.
but then they have this gender identity.
Yeah, and sometimes we conflate the two legally. Yes.
And some people want to live the world as if they're the other sex and they identify with this other gender. But now it's just like, no, sex is just also gender and it's all just made up and it's whatever you say it is.
These people have no concept of this is a big word game to them, and they do have a concept of how definitions change in different contexts, how the definitions of words change in different contexts. They have a concept of that, but they don't care because it's all just transphobia. It's all just transphobia. The only thing that aligns any of what they're saying together is transphobia. That explains all of their behavior and everything that they want.
And I think that's a really unfortunate thing for them to be pushing, because no one's really ever going to buy that, no matter what legal documents they change. Everyone with common sense.
Why do legal documents need to have my assigned sex on them? Why? Just take it off.
Knows
There's no reason
biological sex exists,
Literally no reason
and
for
knows
it.
that a trans woman, I've always been perfectly happy for them to live however they want, but they're still a biological male. I mean, I'm not going to suddenly start denying that. It's like the Orwell scene with, am I
You don't know
holding up
that.
5 fingers? Or
Did you do the chromosome test on them? Did you check their genitals? Are you going to check their genitals? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to ask them to show dick? Show dick or GTFO?
4 fingers, and they
Right.
keep making you repeat it over and over again until you admit the wrong answer is actually the truth. I don't think most people will do that. But I guess, Sydney,
You know what a normal thing to do is? Go up to somebody and say, hey, you're a woman. And then they say, no, I'm actually a man. And then you say, no, you're a woman. And I can prove it. And if you're not a woman, well, show me your genitals. That's a really normal, standard thing to do, is go up to people and demand to see their genitals if they disagree. I've done that to people before. That's a very normal thing to do.
for listeners who are kind of curious about this stuff, because it gets a lot of clicks, it gets a lot of attention.
I don't want to know
Why
what you're
does this
curious about. You're
actually
curious about
matter,
people's
right?
genitals.
That just the idea of female-only
That's
spaces
weird.
and something like an app for social clubs or something like that. What's the actual significance of this that makes it a pressing priority rather than just kind of a sensational culture war item?
Well, I think the first thing is that, and I'm sure that you agree with this, you have women and men who are entitled
wants
to
them.
their own spaces free of the other sex. Like that is one basis
Nobody ever complains about women going into the men's locker room or trans men being in the men's locker room. I don't ever see people complaining about that.
here that I think a
spare
lot
me
of
this
people
bullshit.
don't pay enough attention to is that you are actually entitled to be around your own sex if you so desire without the other
sex,
sex
present. I disagree. What the fuck is that? What? No, I disagree with that entirely. No, you don't have that right. That's a stupid right. You're stupid for
people
thinking
may
that.
say
You're
that
a
that's
dumbass.
discriminatory. I don't think it is, because as long as there's
You can't possibly know somebody else's sex, okay? And the only way to verify that is by checking genitals or doing a gene swab. And sometimes even that's not enough, okay? Because there's a lot of elements to sex, all right? But those are the two main ways that you would do it. And I don't believe that that's like people have the right to see what my genitals are or do a gene swab on me. They don't get that information. Sorry.
other public spaces where everyone can be together, fine, fair enough. But if you want to have a Boy Scouts that's just for Boy Scouts, go right on ahead and do that.
I
So
disagree.
that's number one. Number two is that when you have
How are you going to verify that? Right? How are you going to verify that? You going to do a dick check? Huh? You going to tell the Boy Scouts you're going to do a dick check? Is that what you're going to do? That's weird. That's disgusting. That's actually perverted.
of legislators determining that women aren't entitled to those single
They're
spaces,
perverts.
single sex spaces.
They want to know what
that's
your genitals
a
look
massive
like.
problem in the long run, because it means that should you just identify as a female or as a woman, you would now have access to all of these women who don't want you in their space. So really what you're doing is you're over
Based on what? On the fact that they think this person has a penis. They would have to verify that. How do you verify that? You don't even have the right to know yourself. I tried to ask for a test at the hospital and they refused me. Jeez. Not even the doctors want to know. Yeah.
overriding the rights of an entire sex so that
My state allows a genital check by coaches. That's disgusting and makes me want to retch, actually.
a handful of people can feel comfortable and
No. You're saying that they have the right to not be around men. I'm telling you that they only have that right if they don't want to be around anybody. Like when you're in public, you're going to be around men. I'm sorry, that's just the bottom line. If you're in a public space, you are going to be around men. I think that there is a problem with men being in the same spaces as women, and that there is a good element at this point in time to have a separate space for women. But I also think that trans women should be included in that, because trans women are taken advantage of by women by men as well. Okay? They're also women. So they have a right to be in those spaces. And if a space cannot accommodate trans people, then the space does not deserve to exist.
safe and included and whatnot. And so this is broader than just this culture wars. Oh, it's on the internet, everyone's arguing on Twitter. That's not the basis of the issue. It's not just this thing that we can talk about on the internet.
And here's another thing. Like, let's say that somebody pretends to be a trans woman. Like this guy pretends to be a trans woman to get into the women's space, right? It's not going to last long. That dude's going to do something fucked up that even if a woman were to do it, they would get in trouble, okay? And banned from the space probably. So, like, it's more likely for a man to do it, but trans women aren't men, they're women. And there's no data that shows that trans women have the same crime statistics or proclivity for sexual misconduct as men do. There's no data to back that up, none.
And cry about on the internet and know it goes away. It has actual far-reaching ramifications. This will
They're
probably
women.
inform other legislation in Australia. This will probably inform other legal cases in Australia. And basically it determines that woman and female don't really have any meaning. I mean, again, you have a judge who just said that basically sex is changeable. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's not.
No,
that
it's
is
not. It
never been an
happens.
understanding that we have had in the.
Also, we're doing like uterus implants. You guys want to see? No, not that. Uterus implant. Or uterus transplant. That's what I'm looking at. Penn Uterus Transplant Program. Ooh, here we go. Penn Medicine's uterus transplantation for uterine factor and fertility. Okay, so this is from one cis woman to another cis woman. But still, trans woman. Here we go. The expansion of uterus transplantation to transgender women. See, they're working on it. The first uterus transplant to transgender women is very likely in the near future. Although the investigators of this Inklings believe that the UTX should not be restricted to only to women assigned as genetic females at birth, we would also strongly state that TG-UTX, as with all UTX, is, which I believe is uterine transplant, is best performed by well-established teams at experienced centers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get that. What are they going to say when we do uterus transplants? We already have vaginoplasty. We already have the other one. Addictomy. I'm just curious what they would say.
In the entirety of the existence of humans. We have never abided by that. And suddenly that's the case. And this is why this is such a landmark issue, and why this case is such a landmark issue.
Yeah, and I think people would be mistaken if they think this is really about the app.
That was an appeal to a tradition, by the way.
App, right? This is just some random app that
We've never done that.
It's not really about
it's
that.
Not.
I don't care.
The ramifications of this,
we can do it now.
You end up with things like biological males in female prisons
thank you.
going on to forcibly impregnate people or women in the prison. It's like,
okay, that's a problem with rape in prison, a problem that you don't actually care about because you're a disgusting piece of shit. You don't want to fix rape in prison.
Once you erode these sex-based barriers,
condensed
there
to
are
only
much
men's
more
prisons.
serious ramifications than just a dating app. And we're seeing this with...
This is what transphobes do. They hide behind other issues like little pussies. You don't care about rape in prison. You never have, and you don't. Okay? You are a transphobe. Trans people do not commit rape at higher rates than other women in prisons. They don't. Okay? They don't do it. So I'm sorry. Like, this is a fake issue. If anything, they're way more dangerous. They're in a way more dangerous situation in a men's prison. Like, it's way more likely that a trans woman gets raped in a men's prison than it is that they go on to rape in a woman's prison. The converse is way more likely. The inverse. So you don't care about rape in prison. You don't care if that trans person goes to a men's prison and then gets assaulted. You don't give a single solitary fuck. Spare me the bullshit. You are disgusting. Absolutely
high-level sport, and women having opportunities taken away from them by biologically male athletes.
This is okay. So yeah, we're gonna put the rape issue right next to, you know, medals in a race. Got it. Another thing that you definitely care about.
But yes, we're also seeing this in the literal prison system, which endangers the physical
Show me
safety
the trans gold
of
medalists.
Women. And I also think.
And by the way, let's say you could show me the trans gold medalists. That's what I say. Trans people deserve to win too.
That it is ironic to me to hear in this news package Tickle talk about the adversity that one faces as a trans woman, because I think this kind of thing is like, if I was trying to design a way to make trans acceptance go down.
Sydney Watson knows this. I know she knows this. She's a disgusting, dishonest piece of shit, as are they both. They both know these things. They just hate trans people. They just hate trans people. That's all it is. That's all it ever will be. They don't care about women. They just hate trans people.
Or make backlash. Say that I was like a hardcore Christian and I was like, what can I do to get the LGBTs back stigmatized by society again? I'd come up with something like this, right? And yet, so you have them simultaneously playing the victim because they get backlash
Disgusting.
while doing things that
They're
are
pulling out
totally
all the
unnecessary. This trans person could have just gone about their life and moved on and gone to a different app where they were welcome. Doing things that are totally unnecessary to antagonize vulnerable groups like females, who many people who would seek out something like this, it's because they've had some sort of bad experience with males, right?
Me, when I go on HRT, since I was like 13 years old, in order to, you know, completely change my body because I feel like a woman, to get back at those stinky women. Me, when I uproot my entire livelihood and make my entire family disown me and shame me. Me, when I have no friends because of my identity. Me, when I have problems finding work, getting into colleges potentially, got excommunicated from my church possibly, you know, like at way higher risk of things that happen to cis women as well, which is not good. Me, when I do all of that, just because I hate women so damn much. I hate women so much that I'm going to pretend to be one. True. This happens, guys. This is a real thing that happens. This is very true.
That's part of it for some of them. And to do something that the public isn't going to like and just bring upon more backlash to you, but then that backlash is more proof of your own victimhood. It's kind of a vicious cycle.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Me sustaining backlash, like, you know, a higher rate of being murdered. And that feeds back into me wanting to be even more trans, actually.
And you bring up such a good point with the males in female prisons. That's becoming, I mean, it already was an issue, but it's becoming an even bigger issue because with self-identification.
It's really not an issue.
That's happening in America, too.
Oh, big time. I mean, California is one of the biggest places where this is going on.
Trans women in men's prisons is the bigger issue. They get sexually assaulted way more often.
Washington State is another one where it's huge. New Jersey is another one where it's huge. I mean, you hear about all these horrible, horrible stories, and the women in the prisons. And I know this is, you know, sort of adjacent to the tickle issue, but it's so ridiculous to say like
Tickle versus giggle is a bizarre name.
It's so silly. But and I know that this is like I said, a little adjacent, but you have women who are actually being told that they can't say anything or speak out and are being shamed into silence. They're already in.
That's another thing that people who are like this love to do is say like, well, everybody thinks this. They're just being shamed into silence. No, you're just the minority. Shut the fuck up and go home. Nobody likes you. Well, other people are just being quiet about. No, they're not.
You know, kind of a pretty precarious.
You are all
situation
loud
with women
and
in prison
annoying
as it
as
is, because
fuck.
Most women who are in prison are not there for violent
Go
crime.
piss
They're there
on
for drug
it.
offenses or prostitution. Usually like low-level crimes that have shorter prison sentences anyway. And then you introduce these men, a lot of whom have violent histories, and we're supposed to just sit back and be like, oh yeah, this is normal. And then on top of that, tell those women that they can't have.
Where do cis women go when they have violent histories? If you can't accommodate trans women in a space, the space does not deserve to exist.
Say it's like as a woman watching all of this unfold, I'm actually very distressed because I can see how much we are accelerating with this stupidity.
Where do female rapists
and how
go?
much we're accelerating towards, I think, things that are going to be considerably worse than where we're at now.
That's a great question. I want to know, where do people who were assigned female at birth, if they are a rapist, where do they go? Where do they go? Do they go to the men's prison? No? Oh, they go to the women's prison, even though they're at a higher likelihood of raping the women there because they're a convicted rapist, which does happen. Way less frequently than men, but it does happen. So if you're assigned female at birth and you go to the women's prison when you rape somebody, if you're assigned male at birth and you're a trans woman and you rape somebody, you should also go to the women's prison because you're a woman. A disgusting, perverted woman who raped somebody.
Now, and I'm distressed and upset that legislators, that people in the judicial system don't have our back. Like they don't have our back at all, and
they
I
don't
just
care
simply
about
can't
rape
wrap
in
my head
prisons. They
around
don't.
having this much disdain for women, that you would undermine our rights and freedoms and security all the time
While calling yourself a feminist. It really. All right, Sydney. Well, thanks for your perspective on this. Folks should check out your YouTube channel for more, which I will link to. And thanks for coming back on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So now, guys, I got to bring you an update on that story we covered a couple weeks ago out of Surprise, Arizona.
Should we keep going or should we just end it there? Update on Arizona freeze peach case. Yeah, I think we'll end it there. That was the entire segment. Oh, yeah. That was rough. That was a rough one. Disgusting pieces of shit, man. Felt like I was on a roll with that one, though. That was a good one. He's pretty dull. Yeah, I agree. They were perfect to run events in your mind. I agree. What should we do? I'm kind of overreacting right now. If I do continue this stream, I'm going to be doing something else. Good night, Lady Nova. I'll see you tomorrow for movie night. By the way, we're doing movie night tomorrow, everybody. Get into Discord if you're not already, and join us for movie night at 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. It'll be 12 p.m. if you're in California. I know it's not going to be the night, but it'll be Euro night. It'll be Eurocuck night is what we're doing. So if you're a Eurocuck, that's for you. 3 p.m. tomorrow. I haven't decided what we're watching yet. The movie that made no goddamn sense is still in my mind. That was a weird one. Hot take Andy. The idea is that I'm going to alternate so that it'll be 3 p.m. on week 1, and it'll be like 8 or 9 p.m. on week 2. I prefer the late night ones. I prefer that because it's at the end of my day. It feels more natural to watch movies at night. I don't know why, but it just does. I like it better. But I want to make sure the Eurocucks are eaten too. I'm going to alternate. I kind of want to order food. Hold on. Let me go see where Katie's at as far as food goes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think I might end it here. Who's live? I hope I did okay on that discussion. I feel like I missed a few balls. Honestly, I really hope that I did okay. I feel like I made my point substantially enough. But I get worried about it sometimes. Gray is on. Indeed, Greycraft is live. I think you were good. That's good. Okay, Twitter. No, I need, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm starting to go a little loopy. Okay. All right, you guys are being dropped off with Greycraft. I'm posting the link in YouTube chat for you. Get over there. I'm going to be hosting on the website, of course. I will be back on Tuesday. Don't forget about tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be doing a movie. I haven't decided on it yet, but we will be doing one for the Eurocucks. It'll be fun. Get in there. Get into the Discord server. Join us. It'll be fun. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Had a good stream. It was fun. Love hanging out with you guys. Yelling at morons and having a good time. So, thank you. Take care. Love you all. And enjoy Greycraft stream. Good night, everybody.